I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Well, never mind why I'm on. Never mind the fact that I am on. Let's put that to the side this time. Do you guys realize what's going on in the world right now? I know you're more concerned with the drama on YouTube and who's zooming who and whatever. Step aside from that for just a few minutes. A little bit of your time. You got a madman in office. A man that has successfully gave himself immunity against practically any crime that a man could commit. Poetic license to do what he wants at the risk of people's lives and livelihood. Picture this. A man who destroys a historic piece of the White House for his own vanity so he could entertain other billionaires. A piece of American history now gone because he wanted a big ballroom, but that's just it, not even the icing on the cake. And he could erect a statue of himself. He is a definition of narcissism to the umpteenth power. A man who is clearly losing his mind or has lost it already. A man who is so stuck on the power mode he can't get his finger off the power button. He knows that he's ill. They've been hiding it from the public, although it's coming out. He figures if I'm going to go, I'm going to get even with anybody who's ever been adversive to me, anybody who's ever been negative to me and my policies. This is what he's doing, and the average American or anyone doesn't even see that. It was you idiots, Republicans, who voted this guy into office. Now look what is happening right now. Let me clue you guys in. Yeah, this is a special broadcast here because this needs to be said. It don't matter how many people are listening. The message gets through to anybody. I'm happy with this. Sometimes you got to reevaluate on who you voted for. Even though you might be that, stereotypical staunch Republican, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And Trump is as wrong as anybody could ever be. We know all his activities with Epstein, young girls, trafficking, sex, rape. But you voted for him. And because you're a Republican, you're going to stand behind him simply because you're a Republican. So, okay, let's look at it this way. If someone killed your daughter or your children because he was a Republican, you're going to say, well, I forgive you because you're a Republican and I got to stand behind the Republican status. I got to stand behind. I'm a staunch Republican. Would you allow that? You get my point, right? Now, Canada is trying to get, this is going on all over the place. Canada is trying to put together 300,000 citizen soldiers. For real. They're trying to get more drones to incorporate. This is against America. Canada has always been one of our biggest friends and ally. I have nothing against the Canadian people at all. I like the Canadian people. And the Canadian people like the Americans. And let's put the trade on the side for just 1 second. It's Trump they don't like. It's what Trump can do. He's tearing the world apart. Even Japan and other countries are starting to build up the military. Everybody's afraid of a World War III. That's very eminent with this screwball in office. He's a screwball. Man, to think that that sniper missed him by that much, none of this would have been happening. Now, I'm not a radical in anything, but I'll call my shots like I see them, and I will try to aim accurately Put the red dot where the red dot should be. But now Canada's going to side with Ukraine, and, well, Trump doesn't like that. There's going to be a lot of tension. All right, let's get back to the trade. Canada's been one of the biggest countries of trade, one of the biggest of trade with America. Trump putting all these sanctions against anybody is pissing these countries off. Mexico, finding excuses why they sent missiles at a couple of people on a boat in Venezuela, not just one missile, but two missiles. Two mints in one. Oh, we're worried about the drug trade. Well, look at the drug trade, not just there, it's all over. A lot of it's coming out of Mexico, and he wants to go to war with Mexico too. Now, this is worth me doing a broadcast on, because I've always said, if I try to get off YouTube or succeed or get off for a while, that I would come on anyway if I thought that something was really worth talking about, and we're not talking about trolls. Although I like to throw something funny in there anyway. I have to. Jimbo, live, your man, on the front lines of Cambodia, which is, I think he's like 250 miles from where the action is going on. Too bad an erroneous missile can't get shot up your ass, Jim. But anyway, I'm Jimbo, your ace reporter from the front lines of Cambodia. Okay, got that out of my system. I feel much better now. Okay. So, our lives, no matter where you live in, is going to be affected by all this. Whether you live in the Philippines, I don't care where you live. The dollar is going to be effective. The peso is going to be affected. It's just going to be a big domino effect. Now, all these countries are now gearing up. America has lost allies because you got this madman in office. Losing allies. His allies are not standing behind Trump anymore. Trump is so cocky and and such a narcissist and so mentally ill that he can't see what's going on around him. Or maybe he could. Maybe he could. Because he knows he's got a ticket for his deathbed with different health issues and Alzheimer's going on with him. He wants to go out with a big bang, but he wants everybody else to go out with a big bang. He has the attitude of, I'll show you. Anybody who's ever been negative about me or fought my policies are going to get fired, killed, or let's just create a fucking war. Because I want to show what a great dictator I am. I want to show how much power I have. The guy should not even be in office, and I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican even. I think enough is enough. The guy is a fucking psycho and sociopath. There's no question about it. Oh, sure, all the big supportive Republicans out there, they're going to go along with this sanity at their own cost. At cost to them. Their jobs, their future, their careers, their livelihood. Well, we have to support Trump because he is a Republican and I'm a devout Republican. At what cost is the question? At what cost? This is unprecedented. He didn't win. He's pissed off. He didn't win the World Peace Prize. But they gave him this little Peace Prize from a kind of a, second runner-up type prize. What do they call that? To appease him. Otherwise, he would have been on the floor, flaunting his arms and legs on the floor like a baby that didn't get his way. Give me my toy back. Yeah, hello to you, Carius Lawrence Lee. Oy vey. All right, there's the tea. Got to show you that. Yeah, we got some of the goodies in there this morning. Are you guys getting this? Are you seeing the whole picture here? I don't think a lot of you are. Trump needs to get out of office and quick. Of course, who's going to be in there? Vance. That's not any better than Trump. But I think Vance will be overwhelmed with the public, saying that we're going to give you the same shit that we're giving Trump. If you're going to go in his direction, we're not going to stand for it. It's going to get to the point that, well, it has already. Excuse me. It has gotten to the point that even some of Trump's biggest supporters are going the other way. Some of them with a real head on their shoulders are saying, look, I support the Republican Party. I support Trump, but I can't deal with this. This is too much. My children can't, I can't upbring my children under the presidency of this guy because he's sending the wrong message to children and everyone about hate and violence. You know, a lot like YouTube, but a little more intense, you know. Yeah, I'm never a person that ever gets into politics. I certainly won't get into the politics of this country, but I could get into the politics of the USA because I am a U.S. citizen. And I generally don't historically get into politics. As much as I don't get into religion, other than say that there's a lot of hypocrisy going on with certain religions. Like I say, to each his own, but practice what you preach or don't practice at all. That's my philosophy on there. And I don't see a lot of practicing Catholics, for example. That's why I don't practice. I may have that little certificate that says I'm baptized. I don't practice because I don't believe in it. I don't believe in the hypocrisy of the religion. But, however, on a good note, I value your belief in your own religion. It's just not mine. I made myself clear of that all the time. I don't care who you are, Muslim, Catholic, Protestant, Seventh-day Adventist. That's fine. That's fine. You are entitled, unless that's coming up too, and you can't be entitled to your own religious beliefs. Well, wait a minute, that's going on too. There's been religious wars going on since the beginning of man walked on earth. I mean, there's always been some kind of problem with that. You know, my beliefs is better than your beliefs, you know. My Nikes are better than your New Balance shoes. There's always some adversity to something that somebody does or says. That's just our humanity. But I will speak up when I have to speak up, and this is one of those moments. Despite saying I'm taking a break from this fucking thing, I'm going to get my words in. Why? Because it makes me feel better. That there's some things I cannot avoid. There's some things that are worth talking about other than talking about the trolls on YouTube, which is in comparison insignificant to the shit that's going on in the world right now. The average person doesn't understand what's going on. As long as Trump is in power, the whole world is going to be in conflict. Other countries are going to be siding with each other, and some countries that would never side with the other country. He's putting people in fear. All the countries. France, Britain, Europe, Japan, China, everyone. He's putting them on guard. Because he wants to show his power. Eminent power. He wants to show, you know, he probably loved that song when he was a kid. If I ruled the world, every day would be the first day of spring. No, if he ruled the world, which he's ruling America, but he wants to rule the world, it's not going to be the first day of spring. it's going to be a World War III. It's going to be millions of people killed because of his fat head and his horrible toupee and his warped mind going into Alzheimer's, his health, and his quest for power, ultimate power, supreme power. This is what happens when power and money goes to your head. This is exactly what happens. This is a prime example. God, I hate talking about Trump, but sometimes I really have to. Enough for me to come back on here and say, hey, despite what I said about, hey, I'm slicing it right here, I'm off. No, I'm on here to say what I need to say. It's never stopped me before, and it never will. So you voted for Trump. Are you proud of yourself now? Is this the kind of shit that you want to teach your children? Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Teach your children well. Well, you're not teaching your children well when you support a criminal like Donald J. Trump. You're not teaching your children well. This is the idea of a president that you want to present to your kids and say, this is the man, the best man to rule the country. But the kids are saying, wait a minute, he's going off killing people. And then they're hearing all this other stuff. Wasn't he involved with child pedophilia? Wasn't he involved with child trafficking? Wasn't he sucking the dick of a man called Bubba? Wasn't he shaking penises with Putin? I mean, what the fuck? That's what you want to teach your kids? To all you Republicans out there? Oh, because maybe having Trump in office made somebody's portfolio go up 25%. And this guy is as low as fucking Trump could ever be. That's why he's one of his followers. He didn't care that Trump was involved with Epstein and everything that went on, the hideous things, the criminal things that went on with child trafficking, child pornography, child rape, 14-year-olds on Trump's lap, while Epstein is sitting there laughing and then gets jealous at Trump and gets mad at the girl for giving attention to Trump because Trump got her first and Epstein did not, because Trump only gets Epstein's sloppy seconds. And Epstein was pissed off at that. It's who you voted for, and I'm going to shove this in your face. I'm going to shove it in your face, you Republicans, big time. That's my show. And if you hear from me again, you will, but if you don't, say la vie. Don't say I didn't tell you so. You voted for this creep. Now face the consequences. That perhaps your children who are trying to go to college or something may have to go to war one day. You want that for your children? Hey, again and again and again and again, you voted for Trump. And I'm laughing at every single one of you that voted for Trump. I'm laughing. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing. Sorry, I can't bring the strength out, it's early, to give you a wholehearted belly laugh. But I'm laughing inside. You voted for him. Now you could go burn your MAGA hats or turn it back ways or, put a new decal on there or something. MAGA. I don't know, maybe you could change the meaning of MAGA on there. We'll agree to it. Make America not great again, because he fucking destroyed that. I don't know, I have to come up with something for the G in MAGA. Don't have the same meaning anymore. Even Barry is embarrassed in his jail cell that my hero is going down the tube, that his approval ratings are going to the minus percentages now. Yeah, his approval ratings have gone down that far. And his allies are now turning against him. Oh, you can't have that. That's not for America, man. You don't want your allies to turn on you. Then it's all over. It's been all over for Trump for a long time now. In a couple of weeks or less, they're going to get these files out on the Epstein files. But imagine a president threatening Congress and Senate and everybody that unless you give me immunity, I'm going to do something that you ain't going to like. The guy gave himself immunity. You know how many felonies he's got against him, and he's still president. They denounced him out. Because of his money and power, he's threatening people all the time. That if you don't see things and do things my way, there's going to be consequences. Hello, Lester. Get my point, folks? Yes, it was worth me coming back on here after like a 20-minute hiatus. I'm exaggerating. 20-minute hiatus to talk about this. This is something I just couldn't help. Now, as I said, I don't get involved in politics, but we are all, no matter where you're living, whether you're you're an expat living here in the Philippines or not, we're all going to be affected by this one way or the other. And you don't realize it. There's going to be a domino effect in the economy. Maybe your American dollar is not going to go a long way with the peso and the exchange. That's something to consider for all of us. But you don't think about it, do you? No, you're just thinking about, let's talk about the trolls. Let's talk about what this asshole did today. Or this asshole who's married with a kid and he's hanging around with a bunch of young Filipinos. That's more important. Or what Frank said on this show. Or let's do a replay of his show. Or let's do a simulcast. I think there's a lot more important things going on in the world than what the fuck you think about me or what you think about anybody here on YouTube. Grow up. Face reality, maybe for once in your life. And you may have to. Your ass might even have to be drafted, motherfuckers. Like my broadcast so far? Oh, there's more. Or should there be, really? Kind of getting it off my mind. Which I'm pretty famous for. That's why you listen to me. Don't you, don't you, don't you? You're so vain. That's Melania's song for Donald. You're so vain. I bet you think the song is about you. You're so vain. Vanity. There's no measurement with Donald Trump. But again, I'm going to shove it to all you Republicans, every one of you. I'm going to shove it up your ass. You voted for him. You're going to regret it later, and you're starting to regret it right now. How many people have changed parties? How many people in Congress or Senate that are stepping down or are not supporting Trump's policies anymore? It's happening, man. I know it sounds cruel, but you know that sniper missed Trump by this much. By this much. That would have ended it all. And then his defense on the Venezuelan people in a small boat. Oh, they needed a missile on them, right? They needed a missile. They couldn't go over there and retrieve them, take them in for questioning, whatever they would normally do. No, he had to use a missile, probably worth $400,000 a shot, at least, if not more. And one missile wasn't enough for one tiny little boat, but he had to shoot 2 missiles to make sure the job was done at American taxpayers' money. Wait a minute now. Don't you Republicans all care about the tax money? You know, you're finding this little way to get away with a little bit of tax money here and there. Well, how do you like your tax money being wasted on missiles on a small boat with a couple of people in it? Happened to be Venezuelan. I mean, how much drugs could they carry in that boat if they were even carrying drugs? Was it worth a missile? Was it really worth a missile to kill them? Ooh, Frank the political analyst now, huh? Not really, but I think this is, what's going on is unprecedented. totally unprecedented. To allow a leader, and he's arm in arm with Putin. There's no aggression with him and Putin. That's his buddy, who's also got involved with some of the affairs of Epstein, which you didn't, if you didn't know that. Putin was fucking all these young girls too. Went to Epstein's parties. Trump is in cahoots with fucking Putin. Don't mind what you see on the news or what they're trying to portray to you. They got a thing going on. Well, they certainly do. Maybe they're sucking each other's cocks. I don't know. Probably so. And Putin likes it. And Trump obviously does too. So be a proud Trump supporter. But you're putting nails in your own coffin. And maybe one of your kids have to go to war in America because Trump is starting a World War III. It's imminent. Maybe one of your kids are going to have to fight and get blown up in a field because you voted for Trump. Because you voted for Trump. Shame on you. Shame on anybody that's voted for this terrorist. But they're feeling it. You know, especially on here, you know, there's a lot of Trump supporters on YouTube. And we know who they are. And they're not going to admit they made a mistake supporting Trump because they're hiding their face now, man. And Hemorrhager comes on. We are in trouble here. Popeye and Dawn glorify Trump, but what has he done for them? Nothing, exactly. Well, Big E's portfolio went up 25%. That's got to mean something. Big E didn't give a fuck that Trump was fucking, you know, people are so flagrant that they're so easy to say that somebody's a child predator to try to hurt their feelings. But how about a real child predator? How about Trump and his entourage? So it's okay, according to Big E, and I'll say his name, Eric Big E. According to Big E, he's very happy with making 26% on his portfolio. But Big E doesn't want to come out and say that and acknowledge that, you know, this president who represents the United States of America and for the good of America has been involved with child sex trafficking, rape, and the list goes on, and killings. So could we just pretty much deduct that maybe he's supporting that? And why would he support that? He's not caring about what Trump did to the little girls and everything. He's more interested that his portfolio went up 25%. Give me a fucking break. Yeah, he did. Sammy just says, at least I'll admit I screwed up, unlike them. Well, they're all going to be admitting it sooner or later because they're going to have to. All these Republican supporters are going to be hiding their face in shame. You're not going to see the MAGA hats around anymore because I think there's going to be a lot of people that'll give a lot of adversity to anybody wearing that MAGA hat. They'll burn it off their head. But then again, they're not going to wear it anymore. President has put America in shame. Come on, man. Canadians, they're our friends. Talk about the Canadians for a second. I like Canadians and they like us. We've had fantastic trade throughout the history. He blew that all up, Trump. Then he gets even mad at these countries when they decide to put these tariffs against America. Well, what did you just do to that country? What did you just do to that country? What did you expect? What did you expect? And he's going to get mad at Canada and other countries that he put these ridiculous tariffs on? And what, the tariffs are not affecting work and trade and businesses in America? And he keeps on coming on the news saying that, oh yeah, America's doing better than Biden's office. Inflation is down, gasoline is down, food is down. Gasoline is probably the only thing that went down a little bit. Everything else went up. You can spend $20 on a fucking hamburger in America? Feed a family of 5? It's going to cost you minimum $100 to $200 to feed a family of 5 in McDonald's? Let's get fucking real, man. Hemminger says, he impacted me big time, Frank. I regret he won big time. Well, they're all going to wake up. They're going to have to, even if they don't want to. All the Republican voters were, they tried to put this man in office, buying all his rhetoric about what he's going to do for the country. What has he done for the country, really? Think about it. Wow, Frank's getting political here. Ooh, that's something new here. But I am getting political today, not for this country or the Philippines, but for what Trump is doing, which is going to affect the Philippines too, one way or the other. Better think about it. We all get our pension checks, right? What if the peso goes wacko? How about in the exchange rates? What if it affects the exchange rates? Do you ever think about that? If you think your check isn't going far right now, wait till the peso goes down to maybe 30 or 20. How much are you going to be losing from your Social Security check? Do you ever think about that? That means you're going to have to get on big time on YouTube and try to make that money, and don't fuck up your algorithms. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You're going to be on more often, making more shows, get more advertisers interested. You're going to be doing YouTube overtime, like 24-hour broadcasts. I see it now. And I'm one of the only few that is not monetized on here. Yet I find a reason to get on. And money has nothing to do with the equation of me being on YouTube at all. Nothing to do with money. I'm not asking for money. I'm not monetized, and I don't care either way. I could put a PayPal on here. I could go advertise my Gcash number and all that shit. I don't do that, do I? Have you seen me doing it? Am I putting my information out there with Gcash and PayPal and all that shit? No, I'm not. That means I'm original. I'm the real deal. And I don't mean Jay, that loser. Man, by the way, God, I got to throw one thing more in. See how fat Jay got, man? Did you observe how much weight Jay put on? Holy shit. Anyway, I had to throw that in. It was an observation. Whatever comes to my head, I'll say it on here, and I'm saying it. Jay got fat. Hemminger says, what? Something, what? DO something, I don't know what that is. Losing value thanks to the Fed lowering interest rates, and Trump supports that. Oh, dollar losing value, you said. Okay. Thanks to Feds lowering interest rates. Oh, yeah, the YouTubers, they're going to be on here overtime. Overtime now. They're going to be clickbaiting like there's no tomorrow. They're going to be doing multiple broadcasts they maybe never did before. Oh, they got to get that money coming in. It's a circus out here. It's a fucking circus. Jerry, you're missing out on good stuff here, man. No, it's not all about trolls, although we had to make a mention or two here, but it's about how Trump is destroying this fucking world. There's going to be a World War III. Canada is going to be trying to get 300,000 civilians to sign up and they're looking to get more drones from other countries, from Ukraine and so forth. And Trump is getting pissed because Canada's siding with Ukraine, and anybody who signs up with Ukraine is going to be more of an enemy of Trump. And Trump's got to get his way, and there's nothing stopping Trump from doing even more damage to the United States and the world. Countries are gearing up now with more military. Japan is building up their military again. Other countries are building up their military for an expectation of World War III. Allies are now turning on America. Well, they're turning on Trump. Trump doesn't realize he has to have allies, but if he loses all his allies, he's got no backup. He's got no backup. Fuck yeah, it is, Jerry. That's why I came on this morning. I wasn't planning to come on. Usually I mean what I say, but I tell you what, nothing has ever stopped me from breaking a little promise if I felt it was necessary, because I have been following world news. Something I never usually do. If you know me historically, the only thing I'll ever talk about in world news is, it could be environmental events or catastrophes and, different things like that. And I've never, and as I said, I'm not a politician. I'm not into politics. I never was, ever. I mean, ever, 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 ever. But for me to be talking about politics, nothing to do with the Philippines, in case anybody's listening. We're not going against Philippine politics. We're talking about America. You read a book on President from his cousin. I think it's his cousin. Frank, I read a lot of books. I have so many stories about things. I bet you do. We need to give Puerto Rico independence. Fuck Puerto Rico. Fuck Puerto Rico. Fuck Puerto Rico. The only thing they're good for is making those cockroach killer shoes. What has Puerto Rico contributed to the real America? They're not Americans. They're an American territory. And the funniest thing yet, not the funniest, but you know how big Canada is? Trump wants to make Canada another state of the United States. Is this insanity or not? You know what Canada encompasses from west to east coast, how big Canada is? He wants to make Canada another state. I think he implied that with Mexico too, didn't he? Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, Greenland. Yeah, Greenland. Yeah, let's not leave Greenland out of this. Oh, absolutely. Let's not leave Greenland out. The guy's insane. I think it comes to a point you got to say enough is enough. Like I said with Barry Jordan, I said enough is enough. And I took fucking action. And I meant it, and I did it, and I succeeded. The American people got to stand up and say, hey, I voted for you because I'm this crazy staunch Republican, but I really thought that you meant what you said. You're going to turn this country around. We didn't know you were going to become a big martyr. We didn't know that you're going to become a dictator. He always was. How could you not see that? We didn't know that the power was going to go to your head to the degree that it has. The guy is a maniac, a true, highly defined maniac that's ruling the country. Gives himself immunity. No, he can get away with every fucking felon he wants to, and he did. Didn't he have at least 32 felons in his last office or whatever, or even during the Biden administration? He had like 32 felonies against him. Got away with every single one of them and more. He's been connected to Epstein and everything that's going on with Epstein. And he could hold his face in public. His wife is still willing to stay with him, knowing that, but then his wife was involved in shit too. Supposedly she gave a blowjob to Big Bubba. So his wife was involved with this too. Kinky motherfuckers, aren't they? Well, I'm glad I left too. Whatever your background is, Jerry, Armenian or some shit like that. All these countries are going to get involved now. He fucked up world trade big time, and that's affecting everybody's pockets. And he's boasting about inflation is the lowest it's been in how many years? Are you kidding? The only thing you can talk about is that gasoline went down a little bit. It's the only thing I can think of. Putting sanctions on people. Trade wars. The interest he's charging on tariffs is destroying American businesses. And a lot of these businesses are Republican. You think they're not going to turn on Trump? This is a man who makes promises he can't keep. He made so many to get back into office. He's still crying about it. The first election, when he lost to Biden, of course, everything was fixed. They did a recount. They did everything they're supposed to do. It was legitimate. He lost. And Trump does not like losing. He's a little baby that if you don't give him his toy, he's going to have a temper tantrum. You're from France. Miss Heminger says, Jerry, I live 5 stars. Too bad you don't. Philippines isn't going to give you a 5-star experience. Midterms are coming up. That's right. That's going to be interesting. Anyway, I want to apologize. I'm not normally into politics. But I can't sit here and not say something. Whether I said I was getting off or whatever, I could not sit here. And I forced myself to come on this morning. I had no intent, but I forced myself to come on because I was doing a little more news research and some of the current news that's going on. Hearing that Canada's now trying to get a civilian army together to get 300,000 more people serving the military. This is some serious shit going on. The fucking insult that, I'm going to make Canada one of our new states. Do you know how insulting that is to the Canadian people? All right, let's not start attacking each other here, okay? Let's fuck this shit. We're not talking about attacking each other on here. Don't attack Jerry. Jerry's not attacking anybody on here. Jerry's hands are not clean, but let's not attack him. It's not what the show is about. And this is why I'm so inclined to get the fuck off here and actually mean it and just fucking disappear like fucking dust in the wind. Because you're not going to get through to the mindset of people on YouTube because they're all corrupt in their own way. Someone worried about, gee, I got 25% on my portfolio and I don't care what Trump does to little kids. You mean you support that, sir? It's a direct question. You know who you are. You support that? You support, that's what you're saying. In a roundabout way, he was more concerned that he made 25% profit on his portfolio because Trump is in office as a Republican. He made 25%. Well, good for you. So, is this an implication of some sort that you support? It's more important that you get your portfolio up from Trump and you don't care what he's done to little girls, little children, real pedophilia, sex trafficking, parading little 14-year-old girls naked in front of you, sitting on your lap, jerking you off. I mean, a lot of people on YouTube, that's what they think. That if your only concern is building up your portfolio with Trump and you don't care, that you don't think that's important, that what Trump has done with children, what Trump is doing to the world, it's sick. I'm sorry, but that's sick to think that way. I will say it. It's sick. As sick as the person who thinks that way. Hector Gubat says, keep up the trolling. Popeye Simpson. Good. Let him seethe with anger, with the eyeballs about to pop out hearing this. Well, then I'm being effective. Good. I want to be effective in what I put on here. Because they know I'm right. I'm not going to sit here and lie about shit like they do. I get the facts out. I get it clear and concise. And, I don't have to because it's pretty evident what they do when they're on their own shows and what they talk about that everybody's seen. It must be real if they said it. It must be real if they showed it. And everybody else has seen it and heard it. Preponderance of the evidence. And I'm not trolling, Hector. Fuck yourself. I'm not trolling. I'm talking about something I don't normally get into very much. I'm talking about politics going on in the world. Not necessarily the politics going on YouTube. We're familiar with the politics going on in YouTube. Hemingway says, I can't listen to Big E. I can't believe you do, Frank. I haven't heard him in 8 years. Oh, you have. The same as he doesn't listen to me. Oh, he says, I have people that write me and send me these clips, these links. I never listen to Frank. The hell you don't. You listen to me every day with all your girlfriends, your harem. Of course he listens to me every single fucking time I come on here. Anyway, I think I said what I needed to say. I'm going to make myself something to eat if you don't mind. But I really felt compelled to come on today after listening to a few news events going on. Now, you may not think it affects you in some way, financially or any other way, but it is, and it will. There's no doubt about it. You want to hold on to your money? Well, don't support Trump. You want to lose your money? Support Trump. Do you want some of your children to be inducted into the services because of Trump? You want them to start a whole new induction process, whether you like it or not. That could happen. Remember, the United States is losing its fucking allies. You need these allies. You don't want to put fucking tariffs again. This is why the guy is so sick. These are your allies. You don't want to put these big tariffs just to start it off with the tariffs. You need your allies. But I think if it comes to the possibility of a World War III, I think a lot of United States allies, they're going south. They're not going to go along with this shit. Especially on the countries he put tariffs on that's supposed to be our friends, our neighbors, who supplies a lot of trade with America that makes America strong. Then you get rid of that trade, they're putting tariffs against America now. It's like, I'll show you. Same thing that Trump's doing. I'll show you. I'll show you, just like the trolls. I'll show you. World is sick. Seriously, I don't listen to Big E. I can't stand him. I don't listen to Ricky or anyone else either in many years. No, I bet you do. Come on. Come on now. Come on now, Heminger. Oh, by the way, Heminger, did I ask you what your age was? I don't remember you said what your age was. And are you American? I assume that you're American. Look, nobody's going to know who you are. Just tell me, what's your age and what's your nationality? Out of curiosity. I'm surprised Aloe hasn't come in on this. But I came on here to say what I needed to say. And I said quite a bit. Hemi is Puerto Rican mixed with... What? Seriously? I would never have thought that, if that's true. Puerto Rican mixed with Haitian? What a combination. Poor you. Well, everybody's getting their missiles all greased up. Oh, man, the next few years are going to be really interesting, I'll tell you that. This coming year, actually, what am I talking about? 2026, man. It's going to be real interesting all the way around. 2026, what will it bring for all of us? Nobody turned out most drama. Yeah, but you like to talk about it. What do you mean? You're talking about drama all the time, Mrs. Heminger. This keeps you floating, man. You're always talking about drama. Talking about people on here and all that shit. Some of the trolls, they call me a troublemaker. How's that? How am I making trouble on YouTube? I'm not making trouble. It's their gig to react the way they do to what I say on here. Do I not speak the truth? Yes or no? And you know I do. They can't handle the truth because maybe I'm painting that complete picture of them. Holding that proverbial mirror in front of them. That's all it is. It's all it's ever been. Well, you're talking about drama now. You talk about Big E and whoever. Or Jerry or something. That's drama. Come on, man. So Hemi is Puerto Rican mixed with Haitian? Oh, shit. That's interesting. These Puerto Ricans, man. They love the knives, man. I don't know. Some people, group of people have their own reputations. They're known for cockroach killer shoes and their knives. What respectable New York Puerto Rican doesn't carry a fucking knife? There are stereotypes to people. There really is. There is stereotypes to people. Come on, let's, not play coy on this. I mean, there is groups of people that there are stereotypes, and some of them are really true. Are they not? Come on, let's be real. This is the channel of being real. Let's all be real. You're welcome to be real on my channel. You got the license to be real as long as you're not hurting anybody unnecessarily. All right, I gotta go, but oh man. Oh shit, I gotta get something to eat, man. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. All right, so let's see. Have to finish it up with something here. All right, we'll get into. I know what you're waiting for. Let's get into a little bit of a YouTuber mode here, a little bit here, as an update. Jim Gasian Adventures says that young 16-year-old is not his girlfriend. Dan keeps on making references for Dexel's sake that it is his girlfriend. Well, my girlfriend works for a Japanese industrial company, and they had to make him go home earlier. So my girlfriend only lives about X amount of miles away from where the action is, but Jim is in the action too. It's like, I think he's like 250 miles. I don't know what the deal is. Your ace reporter, Jim's Gasian Adventures, on the front lines. Well, folks, we're on the front lines. Trying to make Dexel feel sorry for him or something, to worry about him. Because he can't get Dexel off his mind at all. He's trying real hard to make her jealous of him, that he's hanging around with this girl that he never fucked, by the way. He even said it. Most guys will say they did, if they really did. People like Jim, with his ego, no, he never touched a girl in that way. But, she's a visual delight when she hangs around the house over there. Or she just gets out of the shower with a towel. He's in the other room trying to jack off on it. Oh, we got characters on here, don't we? Jerry is waiting for his haircut. Leo from Frio. Come on now. What is Leo from Frio saying now? Come on, Frank. Worse than Trumpster was Obama. Oh, come on now. I can't even see a comparison between the two. I mean, come on now. Can you keep the show going till I finish Jerry's haircut? I could both love and hate you guys. You know that? It's no love affair with my trolls out there, but I gotta love you sometimes because you have provided me also with tons of hours of entertainment on here. Watching you people fighting with each other and all the bullshit that comes out of their mouths. Without me, there wouldn't be YouTube genre in the Philippines for the most part. Philippines King says, Hemi, please shave Jerry's back. Well, if you're like Armenian or something, Jerry, whatever the hell you are, I'm sure you got a hairy motherfucking chest and back, that's for sure. I never understood these guys. There's something called a razor. I don't want any fucking hair on my chest or anywhere I don't feel it should be, nor on my face. Hell no. I'm not trying to look like a gay gorilla, you know? Hair belongs where it belongs, on your head. Or in your pubic. Shit, if I had to walk around, it makes me laugh because some of these people that have keloids, and they have, if you know what a keloid is on the skin, and tumors and lipomas, and they get as big as a house. And I was posed that question, when did you realize you first had this problem? Why didn't you take care of it when it was just the size of a dime? And now it's consuming the whole side of your face, or the whole side of your leg or your back. When did you figure you had this problem, sir? If you ever watched Pimple Popper and all this other shows, it's pretty gross, really. It's pretty gross. A lot of people get off on that. They love when it's a cyst, when they can watch all that creamy pus come out of it. I find it to be gross, but it fascinates a lot of people. That's why they watch it. I think that's gross as hell. Jerry is too cheap to tip that service king. You guys. All right, guys, I'm not, I'm going to shut up about this. I'm going to shut up about this. All my videos are off. Okay? I'm going to see if I keep the flow going. Yeah, it's hard to stay off. I'll admit that because it's in some ways it's just too much fun. After all, this old frail man on a dusty old island who's retired. What would he do other than his exercise or whatever? But what would he do without YouTube? That's a good question, actually. What would you do without YouTube? To a certain degree, I do. Frank, don't worry. Jerry's on a dusty island, too. Who came up with that thing about the dusty island? Was it, who was that came up about? Someone say I was living on a dusty island. It wasn't Popeye. It was somebody else. Why is my island dusty? Oh, was it crazy? Was it Crazy Eyes that came up with that? Oh, good old Crazy Eye. God, if he's just come on camera and show us his... But you know what? He started to wear sunglasses like I did. And when we started to talk about his kaleidoscope eyes or his crazy eyes, that's rich stuff, man. God, it's rich stuff. You can't make this shit up. You know what's great about it? Oh, they can make a lot of shit up about me, of course. They'll do every day and every hour of the day. Of course, the one thing I know is that my viewers, they know who I am. They know what I'm about. And the great part is they agree with me. And some of them may want to get attacked by all the trolls out there because maybe they got a channel of their own. And God forbid they get attacked by the trolls and ruin their ratings on their channel and they upset their algorithms. God forbid about those algorithms. The golden age of fighting PV and crazy eyes. The golden age. Yeah, it was the golden age, man. PV was great to pick on. And we know the things he did. Even Barry being on. Come on, let's face it. You all miss Barry. You know you do. You know you do. Don't worry, he will be on. It's guaranteed. Because once he gets back to America, if he ain't in jail again, he'll still find a way to get on his phone. He'll be on, bigger than ever. A lot of hair this time. You gotta clean the filter too. Huh? He'll be back on. And the reason he'll be back on, because he'll be out of the country and he feel that, hey, I can do whatever I want. I'm gonna put, you know, morning to evening shows against the man who had the balls to put me in jail. Oh, absolutely. Oh, I know that as a fact. And it ain't going to matter at this point. He could put 24-hour shows on me. It's just not going to matter anymore. It's not going to matter. Not that it ever did. Jerry is not chatting because he's getting his hair cut now. Pubic? Do you have like one of those heart shapes you put on the pubic area, Jerry? It was like a shape of a fairy. He could do that on his back. Imagine having that much hair that you could actually do an outline and actually do a design on somebody with all the hair they have. You know, creative cutting. I gotta mix some humor in here sometime. It does get boring on here. I don't know, what is new in the news on here? What's going on Discord? You don't talk about Discord, haven't you? What is the news? You seem to know everything about Discord. What's everybody talking about on Discord now? Come clean. Always something on Discord. Jerry definitely has the chia thing going on. The chia thing. Oh, shit. Oh my God, I'm starting to sound like MJ the Flipper. These little short, little laughs, kind of, yeah. What's going on with MJ anyway? I remember when he was flipping things. It wasn't MJ that got involved with the what do you call wars show? He really was into that with the storage units. He was going. It didn't work real well for him. He was getting into the storage unit things, you know, going to the storage unit. Jerry has the chia thing going. That's a good one there. Okay. Well, you know, I'm kind of needing to get a few things done, and what's stopping me is doing this show. Oh, I hear a pig. I hear Ricky in the background. Listen carefully. Are they going to be slaughtering him? I don't know. I feel sorry for those pigs. You know, pigs are almost smarter than humans. Oh my God. Well, they're certainly smarter than the average YouTuber on here. Now I got the vacuum going here, so it might be a good time to. We got to go on dust patrol, blood control. You know, basic hygienics around the household, which a lot of these people don't practice. That we do, we absolutely do. Pigs are smart; they feel them. Oh, yeah, that's what I heard. Oh, Bebot. Oh, I gotta catch up on his comments. Hamish said, glad you were... Oh, Bebot's... It's not the real Bebot, you know that, folks. He does it as a joke, but... Glad you were back, too. The world... It's not the real Bebots, by the way. Okay, Hamish said, pigs are smart and feel emotion. Yeah, they do. Pigs feel anger and love and nurture. In the animal world, they all do. Animals of another species will take on a little baby of another species and nurse it and all that, and it's just amazing. Yeah, you know, I'm at the point I almost feel guilty of eating any animal meat, but I don't eat pork. It's very rare that I eat pork. It's too many parasites for one. That and fish, I think pork comes first, fish comes second on parasites. And I don't know if I buy all this stuff that cancer is really a parasite. They want people to put parasitic medicine, which is toxic, in their bodies. I still don't get that. They're starting to say that cancer is actually a parasite, and you got to put ivermectin and all that stuff in your body. You remember when Trump was going to shoot himself up with bug spray or something? Or implying that we should be doing that? Heminger says, Frank, isn't it amazing an animal instinctively knows how to take care of their young? Like it's pre-programmed in the brain? Yeah, why can't people do that? Human parents are not taking care of their own children. That's why they're becoming rogue. Like that wild kid on Road Warriors. Remember the wild kid? He couldn't even speak. He just hissed or growled. That's what the kids are becoming in America these days. Not just America, it's all over the world. Frank, Philippines King said, Frank, I just checked Discord. Regular guy is a hot topic. Why does the idiot get 30,000? Well, I could answer that. Because he's a fucking perv. And they love pervs on here. Because most of them are pervs. Jerry points his camera at people that don't want to be photographed. Look, when I really got involved in my photography, I did not, repeat, just take my camera and point it at somebody's face and take a picture. I got permission. And I didn't just shove the camera in their face either to make them feel uncomfortable. That's intrusive. If the people were receptive to being photographed, that was fine. Unless you're doing a kind of what they call reportage, which has to do with reporting or documentary photography, where, yes, you got the poetic license, there's an event going on or something, and you're photographing that event. It's on a broad scale rather than an individualistic scale. That's different. Because realistically, if you're taking pictures of people, you don't shove the camera in their face. And even the lady boys don't like that either. And someday, a lady boy is going to beat the shit out of Scotty. She almost did about 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? She got pissed off at him because, he didn't ask permission to video her or him or whatever it is. Hamish says, we indeed, Mark Catley, we are high IQ individuals. I don't know what my IQ is. I never tested it. It's got to be a little bit bigger than most of the people on here. Trolls. I never had it tested. Anyway, I think this is long enough. We've been on for an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 11 minutes as of this moment. Okay, I want to thank you people for coming by. I'm not going to say a word. If I'm on, I'm on. If I'm not, I'm not. But I was just compelled to come on this morning after reading some stuff. And, sharing is caring, and I like to share with my audience sometimes. Philippines King says, Scotty said he got booted off YouTube for 10 days for showing ladyboys' cleavage. What? This guy is sick. What is he, mid-40s? He looks like a cartoon caricature. He has this big wave of his hair that's pushed to the side as if the wind is blowing his hair. That's his style. He's got these goofy-looking face. Calls women babe-a-roonies. He's in his late fucking 40s or whatever. He's calling girls babe-a-roonies? This is high school shit, man. That's fucking high school shit. I always tell him, if I put a comment, I think, whether I'm blocked in there, I don't know if I am or not. Whether he even sees my comment, I tell him, fucking grow up, dude. Grow up. King is yelling at Hemi, telling him to go shut up and eat a Reese's. Hemi says, Frank, you're keeping us guessing. Quit edging us to climax. Guessing what? Whether I stay on or not? Here's how you're going to know. It's very simple. You just don't hear me on for a long period of time. So you got to figure I got off or I'm taking a long hiatus. Why don't we leave it at that? Why don't we just leave it at that? How's that? This way I'm not lying or exaggerating or clickbaiting you or whatever. Why don't I just leave it at that? I think that's fair. If you don't hear me on anymore for a while, I'm probably off. No, nobody expected me to be off for 3 months when I did. They gave me 3 days. 3 days. But it wasn't 3 days, was it? Heminger says, we can't stand being on the edge of... Oh, I've got to scroll down and read the rest of it. Where are you here? Oh, we can't stand being on the edge of a cliff. Frank, we need certainty and routine. Well, I'm sorry if I interrupt the routine of your life. I need a routine of your streams in my life. Quit the second guessing, LOL. I do second guess everybody and myself, actually. But I gotta eat something. I'm not sure. Where am I getting my protein this morning? Cereal and oatmeal doesn't provide all the protein I need. I got cheddar cheese. I got eggs. I'm gonna have to whip up something together, man. I gotta keep my protein up. Shit, I actually lost weight. It shows you, if somebody says I'm full of shit, that might be literal because I don't know, this past week I've been shitting up a storm. Fuck, I lost, I got down to 157, 157? No. I got down to 57 kilos, which that scale is really fucked up. Well, I normally should be around 70 kilos. Then the weight fluctuates, goes up again. The more I get full of shit, of course, the more I weigh. But then when you let it all hang out, when you let it all out, you look at the scale and say, that's impossible. The impossible. What do you think about that, Heminger? How much shit does your body hold in weight? You have the answers for everything. Let me tell you something. When I shit like a racehorse. Talk about bulk. Hulk and bulk. I shit like a racehorse, sometimes 3 times a day. That's a healthy shit. If you can go 2 or 3 times a day, that's a healthy shit. 3 pounds, we could carry 3 pounds if that matter. 3 pounds. So 1, 2, 3, 50. So let's see if I weighed 157. Yeah, because I'm really average in the 160s to the low end of the 170s. 171 being really tops. But when I get down from 171 to around 160, I'm thinking, oh shit, man. Something's wrong, brother. Something's wrong. But it's diuretics too. I take diuretics really. Not pharmaceutical diuretics, but the tea and things I put in my tea are diuretic. I'm getting rid of water weight. And on top of that, I'm not drinking as much fucking. That's where it takes the water out of your body when you're dehydrated. You're going to lose a lot of weight. So sometimes I'll say, Gilda, fuck, this can't be right. She weighed herself and it was right on target. I weighed myself and I said, what? Am I ill or something? No, I had blood tests, had all this shit done. Do I feel ill? No, I don't feel ill. I said, what the hell's going on? I'm going to look at the scale right now. Without shoes on, I just got some shorts and a t-shirt. To dream. See, it went up again. I'm 161. Where I was at 157 in pounds, now I'm 161 without eating anything. Now, first of all, this scale is a piece of shit. I want to show you something. You see this 20-pound weight here? It's not accurate. See, it says 20 pounds. Let me show you what it looks like on here. It's not a true 20 pounds. It's 18.6.28 pounds. Can you see that? Can you see that? This is weighing less, according to the scale, than. So I guess the 20 pounds of weight is not accurate. It's not accurate. What do you say to that, Heminger? This is an emergency show. Oh. No, it's not an emergency show, except you should see things as an emergency because what's the world right now with this fucking president, man? Canada's going to be trying to initiate 300,000 civilians. What is that telling you, man? Hamish says, that is true, Frank. I put a weight on my scale, and when I went to the airport, the scale at the airport gave me a different reading. So not sure who's right. I know. Thornton said, I thought you quit. Are you complaining about it? I'm here now. And as I just made a statement to my viewers, I said, to be fair about this, that if you hear me on, I'm obviously on. But if you don't hear me for a while, I'm obviously off. Just like I was off for 3 months. Only it might be permanent. There is a definite time that I know I will be off YouTube. I'm not saying why and when, but you'll know. It'll be more than 3 months, I'll tell you that. Let me finish off the comments. Those cheap scales are notorious. I went, this was in Hawaii. I went to Walmart and I wanted to do a test. They had all these different scales you could buy. And I got on each scale, at least the ones that were made for demonstration, even the ones that weren't, whatever, that plastic on them or something. And I stood on these scales, and each scale had a whole different weight on there. So which one is correct and which one is not? Do you more likely trust the digital scales that you'll find at a hospital or doctor's office? Is that something that you, or would you morally trust the weight on those step-on metal scales with the balance bar on there? What would you trust, Heminger? You know everything. What would you more likely trust? Sorry about the vacuum. We'll get away from that in a little bit here. I'm making my oatmeal. Sorry about that, Chief. Yeah, the weight scales at the doctor's office might be the only one accurate with the balance bar. You might be right. Well, I see a GP in Bantayan, and he's got one of them cheap ass scales, which is never right. You never know what to believe. And that can send you into a hissy fit, thinking that you lost a lot of weight, thinking, oh my God, am I ill? Like, what's going on here? No, it's the scales. Yeah, the balance bars, that's gotta be. You don't believe that Popeye's claim he is gonna pay thousands to get a lawyer. He ain't gonna spend a dime. Tyra says, admit it, Frank, you can't stay off YouTube. There's a part of me that wants to stay on, in all honesty. But there's the reality part of me that says, you know, what am I getting out of this? Dude, let me tell you right off the bat, if I was making $5,000 a month being on YouTube, there would be no question. I don't make anything. I'm not trying anyway, but I'm just saying I must be one of the truest YouTubers in history in the Philippines genre, because my show is not geared toward how many pesos I can make by doing my show. I'm not monetized at all if you haven't figured it out. Popeye is too tight to ever spend a nickel on any of the drama stuff. Yeah, I know that. All right, well, I'm going to get off like right now. I got to eat. Then there's certain things I normally do that I have to do. I want to help her out a little bit too. She's doing the vacuuming. I think I'm going to do the mopping. I already did this morning because I had to. Both fucking dogs are on their goddamn rag. Yeah, I got to deal with their emotions too. Blood, it's like a bloody mess. Bloody, like Bloody Mary. Maybe I'm just lonely. Well, I don't think so. I thought about that, Captain Thornton, but no, because I got a family here. I could never be lonely. I even got my 2 dogs. So I'm not lonely in that respect. Maybe I think what it is, the common denominator of a lot of us that come on here, is that the ones that are actually living in another country, they miss the Western culture. I think that's what it actually comes down to. And we've talked about this before, and I've also heard other people talk about it too. The most sensible thing I've ever heard on here with some of these trolls, and I've heard it more than once, that I think this inert need to communicate with people of the same likes doesn't mean like you're a creep like they are, or a pervert or whatever. It doesn't mean you're like that. It's just that they do wish they understand the slang, and I think that's what keeps people going. And I think that's part of the whole shtick of coming on here, because the fact is, there's a lot of very, 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 very lonely souls out there. And this is not hyperbole, it's truth. I mean, look at the characters on here. You're going to tell me that they're not lonely? I'm not going to buy it. Sorry. They're lonely. They won't admit it. There are people that travel from America to Thailand, and they spend 7 months there and 2 months in another. They come back on their knees, thanking America. I'm back home. I couldn't take it. I couldn't make it like the big boys do when they make their trips. I had nothing. I'm buying drinks for fucking strange fucking Thai girls and Vietnam girls, and I blow my whole wad of money because I can't be alone in my tiny little room. So they go back home to their basement. You gotta love it. They're so predictable. I mean, that's the truth, isn't it? That these people are so absolutely fucking predictable. I knew that Kevin would come back. I knew he would. There was no doubt about it. I knew he would. There was no question. Okay, here's what we got here, folks. Got a bowl of oatmeal, got a little butter in it. We got some cinnamon. And I have to put the dashiest dash of salt. When I dashiest dash, I'm talking about a few molecules. Only the dashiest dash. And I'll tell you the truth, that's something different for me, because I don't add salt to anything. But, of course, I'm always learning. And what I learned is that when you inundate your body with too much plain water, that you're actually flushing out all the electrolytes, potassium, sodium that you need for your body. You're defeating the purpose. I bet you didn't know that either. Well, I guess you got to come on my show to learn anything. Perhaps about yourself. There we go. Now this is a good oatmeal. Now we're talking. Some people leave and can't return because of legal reasons, money troubles, etc. Frank, did you see the comment by Popeye above? I don't know, is Popeye on here? I don't know, I have to scroll. I've been busy, so I haven't been really with all the comments. I don't see any comments by Popeye. I'm scrolling. Where is his comment on here? I think he's blocked on my channel, isn't he? I'm scrolling. I don't know, I'm not seeing anything here. So what comment was that? Oh, I mean he's not simulcasting me? This is too hot to even eat. No, I didn't see. Where is the comment? Why don't you just read what he says, because I'm not finding it here. Maybe because I have him blocked. Maybe you can see his messages and I can't. However that works. Oh, he left 2 comments. Not just 1, but 2. Well, what did he have to say? I can't put it here. YouTube filtered it out when I reposted it. Well, why don't you just tell me verbally what he said? Is that hard to do? Oh, I gotta add cashews to this. That's when it's my protein. Mark says he remarked on you calling your tenant a gorilla. Hey, I can make observations, right? Hey, somebody could walk by the road here that's 500 pounds and have every right to say to Gilda, look at this guy, he must be about 500 pounds. I think I'm legally able to do that. Oh, Popeye's one of the biggest racists on here. Are you kidding me? Oh, I dropped one. Let's save some for Gilda. I'm eating this whole fucking cashews up. I like crunchies in my cereal. I like the crunchies. Oh, yes, she was black as the ace of spades. And she did look like a gorilla. So what? Oh, Popeye could call me a fucking pedophile? And that's okay? Say what I want. If it's true, in court of law, maybe to notice. If somebody brought you in for something, well, if it's deemed to be true, let's say you made a derogatory comment about somebody. I'm going to bring the law on you, right? At a court of law, they go by evidence. And the evidence is the person themselves. You know, if you called somebody fat, are they fat? Or are they thin? So you wouldn't be lying in a court of law. You called her fat because she is fat. Preponderance of the evidence. Get the point? She was. So, big deal. Most people these days are obese. So to answer your question, yes, she was. I almost finished here. When I finish my oatmeal, I'll get off. Just trying to get all the crunchies in here. Popeye's sitting there with his glass of gin and his unfiltered Camel. Oh, and another thing off topic. Independent news medias are taking over. I listen to Midas Touch, the Midas Touch. He's got almost 6 million viewers. I also listen to Don Lemon, who got ousted out from CNN, which is my news station. Don Lemon at least tells it like it is. So he's got his own, no, this is two different people. He got the Midas Touch, which has almost 6 million subscribers. What are the numbers on Fox and such? So mainstream media is disappearing too. And it doesn't cost an independent newscaster any money. He does it from his house. There's not all these light staging you have to do and different employees. It's the newest thing. They are taking over. People are not necessarily watching mainstream media anymore. What's that? Heminger? He's talking to Popeye. Popeye 97 blast night. Last night you blackened the memory of Ed Lippert. Are you proud? I don't think that's the right word, proud. Don't put words in my mouth. All I know is another fucking troll bit the dust. You're scratching the bottom of the barrel, Popeye. Has it gotten down to that? Well, actually it has, pardon me. Popeye doesn't know what to talk about. It's the same old rhetoric. Oh yeah, I'm a draft dodger. If you say so. Oh, I never went to college, never got a degree. If you say so. If Popeye says that, it must be true. What a dweeb. Am I interfering with your bedtime, Popeye? Don't you gotta go to bed? It's like, what? It was like 6 p.m. over there? Get your little bitch dog. Get out the peanut butter. Because the only goddamn action you're ever going to see. Well, Ed Lippert was a troll. Was he not? Of course he was. Let me tell you something. Just because anybody served in the armed services does not necessarily make them a hero in the eyes of the people. I'll tell you who's a hero. And I was watching this just last night. The SS, Indianapolis. Now this guy died a few years ago, I think. I think he was the last living member of the Indianapolis. You wouldn't believe. That's a real hero. You wouldn't believe what this guy did. The many different hats this guy wore. Not like Popeye. This guy saw action. He gave a great detail. I couldn't believe his memory at his old age. He was sharp as a pin. And he recalled everything that happened on the ship. From when he got hit, sinking, details of the men in the water, shark attacks. And guess what? There were nurse sharks attacking people too. Well, who was attacking me on it about the nurse sharks? Was it Big E or Mick Fisher, one or the other? Yes, there were nurse sharks there too. Oh, these bodies in the water. Anyway, he died not too terribly long ago. That's a hero. That's a guy who really did something in the armed service. This guy was a genuine hero. I forgot his name. I just saw this last night. Mark says, Frank's a man of his word. If he said he graduated, I believe him. There's no reason not to believe me. I didn't make a big deal of it. They did. I had lost my original diploma, and I actually sent away for SVI. I even showed the letters to them. I even showed the letters and the response and real signatures. And I got a copy of the damn thing, and I showed that too. I didn't have to. But in the element of entertainment, I did. Did have to. They know I graduated and everything else that transpired. How many women I've had, everything in my life. They know. They're just fucking jealous. They want to paint a picture of me that I'm this big old fucking loser. Well, you can think what you want. I don't know what you define as a loser. A loser is somebody who does fucking simulcast of somebody, making the other person live rent-free in their head. That's a loser. That's a loser. Let's define it once and for all. Okay, what am I going to take here? Boy, I'm not taking as much vitamins as I used to. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Oh my goodness.
You stay outside.
What's that, honey?
You want to stay outside for a while?
For a while, yeah, I think so. No. I'm taking certain ones. But before I choke to death, which Popeye would like, I put all these vitamins in my mouth at once. Hold on. Everything except the vitamin C. Ah, fuck, I ran out of fucking collagen, man. Shit. Okay, I guess I'll read this. Poops. Are you a regular guy, Popeye? How many times do you shit a day? Or does all the shit come out of the other end? Her dad had put a colostomy bag in his fucking mouth because he blew apart his shitter. He's got a colostomy bag coming out of his fucking mouth. But then again, there's nothing new about that. Let's be real. But hey, Poppy, I'm always happy to entertain you. You know that. Because you're the biggest, amongst the biggest losers that's ever been on YouTube. Won't show your face. Your excuse is, I don't have to show anything. I don't have to talk about anything in my personal life. Well, you don't. You don't. But in your case, you're afraid to do it. People already know what you look like, what a horror story that is. People already know that you're immobile. People already know you haven't had sex for probably 2 decades minimum. They're all aware of that. You can't change your minds on that. They figured it out all on their own. It didn't take me. Just continue going to that bingo parlor and look at the silver, blue-haired ladies out there. Or just keep that picture of Gilda you have on your wall and jack off to it. Continue. I know you do. I know you do. You girls got to stay out here. You stay out here for a while, okay? We're cleaning the house. You got to stay outside. Mm-hmm. Look at that lovely bougainvillea. Isn't it lovely? You got a green thumb. Isn't that lovely? It's very lovely. What a horrible life I'm living here, I'm telling you. I got to tell the truth, man. I'm living a horrible life. A loving woman, family, and house. Nice location, 8-minute walk to white sand beaches. I'm living a lousy fucking life. Damn! That's lousy. I cry myself to sleep every night. Practically. Because my life is so horrible. Well, if it's horrible, I hate to see what's really horrible. These people are living that life. They all want my life. And I say to that is, get your own. You can't have my life. Get your own life. What's left of it, man? I mean, you're getting older. Go out with a big bang. Go out with a big hurrah or something, you know? Go get laid, Popeye. Jesus Christ. That thing probably doesn't fucking work anymore. You know, they say if you don't use it, you're gonna fucking lose it. Well, you probably lost it a long time ago. Shit. I think the Navy castrated him is what I think. No, then again, if they did, he wouldn't have his daughter. Maybe she's adopted. No, you stay out here. No. You want to run inside all the time. You're brave enough to bark at everything, but then you want to run in the house, right? Mm-hmm. As someone's walking by, you're going to start barking at her. A lady's walking down the road, you're going to start. Oh, be quiet. Be quiet. Quiet. Can't the woman just walk down the road? I realize you're protective, but these are country dogs. Country dogs do that. Country dogs, just like junkyard dogs, they do that. Don't come near my territory. Well, have you heard enough today? An hour and 43 minutes? I think that's enough. Here's a fair statement. How about if I give you a fair statement? How's this? Okay? For reality. If I'm on, I'm on. If I'm not, I'm not. If you don't hear me on for a while, it means I'm off. This way I'm not lying. And why don't we just leave it at that? But I was compelled to come on this morning because I was kind of overwhelmed with things I was reading in the news. That this is not good. Look, I know all you guys think about is what the next YouTuber is going to say or do and simulcast or copy. I realize that rules your life. I'm ruling your life, it means. I am ruling your life. Isn't that pathetic? I didn't know I had that power. But apparently, now you girls can stay out here. Nope. Apparently I got it. I wasn't trying to. I'll be real honest with you. It wasn't my goal in life to rule your life. I just put on a YouTube show. That's all I do. And you make of it what you want to make of it. I can't control your emotions or what you think about me, but you all know I'm right. You all know I'm right. Channel of truth. Right, Popeye? That's why you listen to me. But I really think in regards to Robert Clausen, otherwise known as Poopeye or Popeye, who likes to eat the corn out of his shit, I truly 125% believe that he's extraordinarily lonely. I think he's bitter because his dick has not gone, his tree has not been implanted in any woman's lovely forest for a very, very long time. I see no reason not to trust Frank. I've not given anybody a reason not to trust me. You know that old saying, and it's pretty old, cliche, that the truth hurts. Well, apparently it's true. Just so many people got their feelings hurt out here. They say I'm hateful. How am I hateful when I'm telling the truth? Now, look, if I came on here and I said Popeye was a great guy, a wonderful human being, I'd be lying. But you know the truth about him. So I would be lying if I said that, right? Okay, there you go. I mean, I just present fact on here. And if it hits somebody in a bad way, that's their own guilty conscience. I mean, that's nothing to do with me. It is true. We know that about Popeye. We know his wife left him a couple of decades ago, whatever it's been, because he beat her up. They were talking about it even on a hate show. It was a fact. Popeye attacked his wife, just like Barry attacked his wife. They got something in common. In a drunken rage. You don't want to touch me no more. I need some action. It's not Subic Bay anymore. Popeye, that was a long time ago, man. You and your fucking round table at Subic Bay, we got your dick sucked. And you wind up marrying the girl. Well, luckily, she got her life together. She's with a wonderful black guy. They got a business together. And she's doing good. And you don't like that fact that she's doing good. You're just stagnant in your dusty little basement, making these ridiculous little skits, and most of them have been used over and over and over and over and over and over again, the same fucking rhetoric, the same shit. You don't know what to talk about anymore. He talks about the same thing. He brings up my tenants. He brings up my relationship to my daughter. How many times are you going to say that? You need new material, man. Just like a stand-up comic needs new material. They can't go around every single show talking about the same shit all the time, they're going to lose their audience and their interest. That's a fact. It's the same with you. They're laughing at you, Popeye, Robert Clausen. They're laughing at you. They're not laughing with you. I tried to make that clear to you. But it's abundantly clear to the people who listen to you that they're laughing at you. What's Popeye going to say now that he hasn't said before? Well, it is what it is, like Popeye says, right? It is what it is. Well, it is what it is with you, Popeye. You wish you had my life even remotely, that you had an attractive, mature woman at your side who actually cares for you. And she's at your side through thick and thin. A woman, not a dog, that can share the same bed as you, not your dog with your little peanut butter episodes, putting it on your dick, to have your dog lick it off. Discord said, Poops and Nico. Well, I don't know what's going on with that. There's something to that, though. You don't see them talking much, I notice, and Nico doesn't talk about Popeye much. See, Popeye is extraordinarily sensitive. If Popeye thinks you're his friend or on his supportive side, okay, and then you say something that he might regard as derogatory or whatever, oh, he falls apart. Oh, he falls apart. He's really sensitive. See, Popeye could dish it out, but Popeye can't take it. When the tables turn on him, not just his round table with the whores, but when the table turns on Popeye, he just falls apart. And to this day, I don't even think Nico and Popeye even met Nico. They don't live that far away from each other. What's with that? Popeye does not want to be seen in public. You remember the time he fucked up on his camera and he thought he was signing off? And there he was on camera in all his glory and all his ugliness. Do you remember that? I remember it. I wish I had recorded it. Some people probably have it. He wasn't looking too good. I can say that. And I'm being very kind when I say he wasn't looking too good. Water off a duck's back, yeah. It says, Mark says, you have developed thick skin for sure. I can see nothing phases you at all. Nothing does faze me. No, it's not my meds, Popeye. It's not my meds, Popeye. He loves to talk about benzos. Maybe he's using it himself. Hey, man, I have no problem with the medication I take. Why do you have such a problem with it, Popeye? You're probably on about 11 different medicines. Ricky's probably on at least 12. We've seen his desk or the little round table when he put the camera on it. Shit, Ricky's on a shitload of medicine. Well, it's like this, Popeye. Sometimes people have to take medicine. Oh, yeah. Did you know that diabetics actually take diabetic medicine? Did you know that people with high blood pressure have to take high blood pressure medication? People that have angina of the heart, not vagina, you pervert, angina, have to take medicine. Sometimes they have to take nitrates and all that stuff for heart pain. Did you know that, Popeye? I thought you were an intelligent guy. Well, I never thought you were intelligent. I think you thought you were intelligent, a big intellect, but you're not. People take medicine no matter what they are. Oh, because one of them is a benzo. Dude, you know how they're measured off in milligrams? I take the smallest ever. I have not deviated from that in years. So I'm not abusing the medicine like you try to tell people. But I use it not for anxiety. I use it as a tool to kind of get me to sleep. It lowers my respiratory. I'm able to sleep better because I have not found a sleep medicine that I feel is any safer than that. He talks about the medicines I use. What about the medicines you use? I know you said you don't take any medicines at all. You're in tip-top health. No, you're not. You're fucking immobile. You probably got rheumatoid arthritis everywhere. which could be contributing to why you're immobile. You're probably on psychotropic drugs, which you don't want to admit to. Come on, reality, Popeye. The pot calling the kettle black. Isn't that what it is? I have no problem with the 2 medications I take. And you hear what I said? 2. The average person probably on here is probably at least 5 to 12 medicines per day. It's the glue that keeps them together and alive. Yeah, I do take medicines. I never hid the fact. I never had to. Sometimes you need to take something. If it helps, if it doesn't help, you don't need to take it. I mean, common sense. But Popeye wants to use that as a tool against me. Use it all you want. You're not hurting my feelings because I have to take a couple of medicines. The truth is, I'd rather be off that shit. And the only problem, Poops, that I'm not off that shit, because it actually has side effects when you get off. Just like there's certain, there might be certain other kind of medications, if I ever needed them, that might have side effects. Magnesium is a supplement. If I take too much of that, I'm going to shit like a racehorse. I'm going to go diarrhea. So I won't take certain types of magnesium. You do what's necessary to do, but if it has too many side effects, you don't want to touch it. It's whether something helps you or not. Either helps or doesn't. If it doesn't, you get off it. It's not brain science. Well, some of it actually is brain science, actually, while you take it. Dopamine, all that shit. Some people are not producing enough of the feel-good medicine. And sometimes you got to train your brain, unfortunately, and I do mean unfortunately, with something that'll help the production of the dopamine and so forth. I didn't cause it. You know, you were born ugly. I was born a beautiful baby. That's your misfortune. I could walk around in public and not have people stare at me like I'm some kind of hideous creature. Brain salad surgery. There you go. Philippines King, brain salad surgery. You either need something, Poops, or you don't. Let me ask you, Poops. When you get diarrhea, chances are you're going to take a medicine for diarrhea? Or do you like shitting out all that stuff? Or does that turn you on some way? So don't talk to me about what medicines I take. What is it your business anyway what medicine I take? The fact that I was not embarrassed to talk about it, because me and probably 2 to 3 out of 10 people on this earth are taking psychotropic medication to deal with anything from depression to anxiety. There are people that are taking medicine for mania, for borderline personality, which in your case, that's probably what you're taking. You know, borderline personality disorders. That's why it is medicine. Now, to me, medicine is just a Band-Aid. And I will say that. It's a Band-Aid. It's just a Band-Aid. But you know what? Something's got to stop the bleeding. So if a Band-Aid helps in any way to stop that bleeding, you're going to put that Band-Aid on. Are you going to get a cut, Popeye, and let it bleed out? I wish you would, but are you not going to attend to that, you know, that deep cut that you got from falling off your mobility bike? Yeah, mood regulation. My Metamucil years. Boy, you've been listening a long time. Fuck, I'm a broke skunk, remember? I can't afford Metamucil. I take natural fiber. Well, that's fine. That's, you know, that's natural. But I get it through my veggies, beans, oatmeal, like I just had. Now I got to supplement my oatmeal. I balance things out. Perhaps if Popeye balanced his life out, he'd feel better. He wouldn't be so bitter. What a bitter lemon. What a bitter lemon this guy is. I keep on telling you, man, if you're still able to get it up, if you have a hard time getting it up, use Viagra. If that doesn't work for you, do what Philly in the Philippines did. He got himself a penis pump. Now, why he actually said that in public, I don't know why anyone would admit that. But it's like this, Popeye. It's like this. Listen, to sum it up, whatever works, works. And if you have to be on benzos that you're always talking about, benzos is plural. I take one benzo. And the other stuff I take, which I don't even need, and the only reason I'm on it is as a maintenance, because if I got off this shit, the side effects would be horrible. The other medicine, the ongoing, the Lexapro, let's call it what it is. Let's call a spade a spade. I take the most minimum dose of that too. I'm not abusing my medicine. I'm not, developing a tolerance where I have to take more and more and more and more of it like a fucking heroin addict or something. See, I get my life under control, unlike you, Popeye. I know when to stop, begin something. I know when to wean off something. I know what to take, what not to take. If it serves me good, not you, if it serves me good, whether I wear cologne, what kind of cologne would I wear? Is a smell that maybe serves me purpose. I haven't worn cologne in a while, but I occasionally do. It's my own taste. It's my own choice. Popeye spends way too much time on YouTube. That's all I know, said Mark. Well, I spend quite a bit of time on YouTube, but at least I'm sensible. And what comes out of my mouth is not all that fucking verbal diarrhea that comes out of his mouth. I have no problem with the 2 meds that I take. 2. 2 mints in 1. 2. Not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 12 like Ricky, and maybe even Popeye. Popeye claims, I don't take any medicine. I'm in damn good health. Well, you wouldn't need a mobility scooter if you were in that great health. If you can't get your fucking dick up, it's all over. Even if Viagra doesn't work for you, it's all over. Let's face it, it's over. Your sex life, your sex life's been over for 2 decades anyway. It's all over for you, old man. All over for you. It's gone. Get your little revolver, whatever you have, and shoot yourself in the fucking head and just end it all for all of... Who wants to get a real story of Popeye in the house? Addendum to my last show. We will start shortly. I got a few things to do, so I'm not going to make this a long show. I'm sorry. I've had a long enough show this morning. Thank you very much. Story about a man who threw his mother under the bus. His mama. He threw Mama under the bus. And we'll tell you how he threw Mama under the bus. We get a few more people showing up on here. I hate repeating myself. Stay tuned. Oh, I need a belt. I lost weight. I need a belt. God, at least I'm not obese. For God's sakes. We shall begin in a minute here. I'm going to put my belt on here. Okay, where do we begin on this? Well, short beginning, short ending, really. Popeye, that you know is Robert Clausen, who lives in Florida, lives in a mediocre house, not very well maintained. And how did he acquire this house? It's a horrible story. It's like Danny DeVito, throw Mama under the bus. Only it's not Danny DeVito, it's Popeye. How did he throw his mother under the bus? You want to come in here, Sal? Come on. Well, here's how it went down, for those that don't know. His mother was getting old and ill, okay? And, well, first of all, what she should have done, she should have sold the house. It would help pay for her medical bills, and she could have stayed in a care facility or something, or could have stayed with Popeye in the house that she owned. Popeye was afraid that he had no place to live if she sold the house. So he convinced her that, Mom, why don't you let me buy this? And he did, spent about $15, got her to do a quitclaim deed. We showed the paperwork on here once before. I did or somebody else did. It's been a while. And if he would have waited, he could have just inherited the house, but maybe that was not in the cards. He would have just waited a little bit. He could have gotten the house through her demise. She needed medical money. He didn't want to put out any money out of his pocket, get a loan or anything, to buy the house from her and help her out. Instead, he convinced her, let's do a quitclaim deed, Mom, get you out of the responsibility of the house, and I could own it. Because he's so cheap, he didn't want to put the money out on the house to help his mother out. He literally threw her under the bus. His own mother. Popeye would never be able to afford to buy that house, but, he could have got a veteran's loan or something like that, the big Navy captain, He didn't help her out. She died a pauper because of her son, Robert Clausen. She died a pauper. And he got a hold of the house, not maintaining it. It's probably a pigsty inside there. She died in vain. I mean, she died probably in pain. Social Security helps so much with Medicare, but she had some other needs and expenses. But instead of Popeye helping her out, tell you what, Mom, because your needs are now. I'm not going to wait till you die and then maybe inherit the house if you were going to give me that house. Maybe she wasn't. So he got smart, stupid, but smart. And he had her do a quitclaim deed, which probably cost him no more than about $15. $15. So she died penniless. He could have bought the house off of her. Or at best, if they were on good terms, his mother's name was Jean, by the way. And Jean suffered at the hands of her son. She died penniless. Didn't get shit for the house. He might have had her stay over for a while until she died. Now it's mine, it's all mine. Greedy little bastard. He threw his mother under the bus. This is an addendum to my last show. I forgot to bring that up. We were on the subject of Popeye, Robert Clausen. That's what the scumbag he is. Got the house on a quitclaim deed from his mother. He paid $15 for the paperwork. She probably didn't understand what was going on. She probably wasn't too coherent. But I have to listen to my son. His greedy little nature that wasn't thinking about his mom. What a louse on the skin of society. Hey, look, the paperwork was already shown on YouTube, okay? We already know. It's fact, not fiction, not hearsay. The paperwork was already shown on YouTube. It was a quitclaim deed. It showed the value of the house, purchase price in the past when the mom purchased it, the current value of the home, the names that were on the deeds. Jean owned the house. His mom, Jean. Bless her soul. But Popeye has to live with that guilt, or maybe not. Because he's a scumbag. Probably doesn't have any guilt at all. I got this house for $15. And now it's worth a great price of probably $200,000, which in today's market is diddly squid. He could have waited till she died, and he would have just got, inherited, but he couldn't wait. Couldn't wait for her to die. He went out there, convinced her, Mom, sign here. Get rid of your responsibility to the house. No more bills, Mom. Knowing that his mother was ill and she was probably going to pass away soon, got the house on a quit claim. You're listening to The Voice of Choice. Welcome to my channel. The Voice of Choice. Welcome to my channel. Okay, after a hearty lunch, I think we're going out to, no guarantee. Look at some appliances. I don't know if I'm going to replace the stove. It's getting there, but it's still functional. The washer is looking pretty ragtag, but it's still functional. But I don't know, we're just going to do a little window shopping, I think. Since something came through for me in a big way, do a little thinking. My belly is nice and full. We've got a beautiful day out here. It's, don't get me wrong, it's hot. It's always hot here. Why do I even mention that? You already know it's hot here in the Philippines. Unless we're up in the mountains, well, I could say different, but now it's pretty much, well, there are 3 weather systems coming in here. 3 weather systems coming in here now. One after the other, which is going to bring more rain, which it's okay. I actually welcome it. Rain kind of cleans things up, although according to how much rain and where you live is going to make a big difference in your life. If you're living in Cebu, with all the flooding and all those areas that were notorious for getting excessive flooding, making people's lives miserable. Oh, Heminger, you're back. That island doesn't sound dusty to me. No, it's not dusty. Not at all. We get rain to keep the dust in check. 15 people in a short period of time, that's radical. I know nobody's on at 1 in the afternoon. What is it? 1:09, okay. I don't need a pool. Oh my God, I'm also walking distance to several pools. And I have to be honest with you, it's just, I was just going to say that. No, they're there because I'm there because I'm here. No, I got the resorts over here. They all got pools. But you know what it is to me? I'll be honest with you. It's laziness. Imagine that. I mean, I got all this energy. I could walk faster than a 20-year-old on a normal level. That's how you can tell your health is good. They say, how fast do you walk normally? You got to see me whizzing through downtown Cebu. I mean, when we're not catching cabs and stuff like that, you got to see me whizzing through the streets. You'd be awfully surprised for a guy my age. It's always about an age thing. What can you do for your age? I could do plenty. As the Philippines like to say, plenty. A hot tub? What the fuck I need a hot tub for? It's hot enough out here. I don't need a hot tub. You need a hot tub and a pink dumbbells and a headband. Oh, I have to do the Jane Fonda stuff, right? Is that what I do? I do Jane Fonda. I'll tell you what, Jane Fonda got in shape with those little dumbbells, and she made a lot of money, too. Yeah. I give her a lot of credit. No matter what color her dumbbells were. Buns of steel work out. Buns of steel. Oh. Wow. Yeah, you know who's my standby channel? I gotta tell you. He's the new Chris in Cebu. That's Amazing Philippines. I don't think anybody has anything bad to say about Amazing Philippines. Frank admitted you had the Alyssa Milano workout series of the 80s. Oh, Alyssa Milano. Yeah, she's a cutie. Forgot what she's looking out like right now. I couldn't believe it. I saw on the internet there was a Happy Days reunion type thing. And Ralphie was the most personable on it. And it wasn't the Fonz. It was Ralphie with that goofy face of his. He still looks the same. And did you know that Fonzie they wanted him to represent like a tough guy. It always meant like having like a pack of cigarettes in the sleeve, but the network didn't want that. Well, neither did Fonzie either. Well, no, that's what they originally wanted, but they didn't think that would be too cool. So it got to the point that he used his comb like he doesn't look in a mirror, and he didn't need it. They were either was going to be a deck of cards stacked in his sleeve, or it was going to be a pack of cigarettes, which neither one he wanted. But Ralphie was in there, and who else? The other guys, Joni's boyfriend, whatever, what's his name? And isn't she dead now? She's dead, isn't she? Isn't Joni dead? Theo Huxtable, yeah, died in the ocean, Frank, in Costa. Wait, Theo Huxtable. What character was it? I know the name. Was that from Happy Days? I'm trying to think. The older son. Son of who? Oh, Huxtable on a Cosby Show. Oh, okay. We're talking two different shows here. But on the Happy Days, which I really don't want to get into, but since I haven't seen that. What's her name played the part of Joni? Didn't she die? Didn't Joni die or something? And Bueno Cano's here. I guess nobody's on. They all come here. There's a 13 number. I know they're my regulars. It's all right. It's okay. Oh. God, if I see any more videos of her, I'm going to go crazy. That's one rich bitch, I'll tell you that. Damn. Okay, where was I before I'm thinking of her? Didn't Rod get married? Yes, Rod got married several weeks ago or something, I think. He was doing a show about what's different about when they were single and in general with people and when he's married. And I guess as he puts it, she feels more secure now. Well, of course she does. What's his is hers. I mean, duh, hello, Rod. Come on, Rod. Come on. Love you, Rod. Of course she feels more relaxed and, sure. No, Rod's okay in my book. Well, Rod kind of sold out with JRV, or JRC, rather. And he's, getting sponsored by Jim. But then, again, even with Rod, it's about the money, okay? It's always about the money, even for Rod. Anytime you mention another channel, I always check them out. Oh. No, if you don't know who Amazing Philippines is, he's been on for about as long as I've been. He, an older dude, he lives in Cebu City. He's like a new version of Chris and Sabu because a lot of shows he walks through the streets showing you what's going on like Chris did, but he's really into the real estate, purchases and rentals, talking to people about condos. He's lived in 3 of them. He knows a little about condos. He gets enjoyment, and there's nothing wrong with that. He gets enjoyment of going to see these condos and how much you're renting for, how much space you're getting for the money, and those that are for sale and how much, what you get for it. But now he's kind of sponsored by JRC, JR, big time, really pushing everything for JR, which, it's his business, and of course there's money involved with it. There always is. I mean, and why not? I mean, look, if he's a legitimate channel, he's not causing problems and everything else, let him make his money legitimately, Everybody could use extra money. Everybody could. Nobody has enough. Even if you're a billionaire, you don't have enough money. That's just the way it is in life. That's what people. But he doesn't cause any problems. The guy that did about dating Filipinas and looked like a crypt keeper, The Crypt Keeper looking guy, Frank. Which one was that? A few of them look like Crypt Keepers on here. uh, we got a small crowd here today. We had 13, went down to 7. Sorry, I'm not yelling at anybody. That's why they're going away or something. I don't know. Now, he would interview these girls. Well, they all interview girls. Well, if you're talking about Old Dog New Tricks, looks like a Crypt Keeper. Yeah, he interviews girls too and shit like that too. Rumor is Mrs. Heminger is the richest in the genre. Who knows? He used to own a dating site. Oh, I think I don't know who it is though. There was a guy that actually did have a dating site. In fact, it was about over a year or more ago when I was staying in one of the condos in IT Park. I ran into a guy. He was out to have a cigarette, and so was I, out in the parking lot. And he himself did tell me, but he was going to go further into this. I think he had some problems with it or something. I don't know, illegal. I don't know what it was. I actually think I met the guy, not knowing who he was. He said that he was running a dating site. That had to be him. Yeah, he was kind of creepy looking. It could have been him. He would drive around his car and did have interviews. Well, I don't know. This guy at the time was in Cebu. Maybe there's more than one that had dating sites or something. I don't know. It's possible. It's all right. No, but Rod is okay in my books, though. He walks around Cebu. He doesn't always do it in live time. But, Rod, had a little bit of training or some education in meteorology, a little bit in his past. He was interested in it. So he likes to talk about the weather and going on with that. People like to hear that. Everybody loves the weather. Don't you know that the weather is the most common thing in the world that people talk about is the weather, no matter what country you are? It's a way of trumping up some conversation with somebody when you talk about the weather. Maybe you don't realize you're doing it, but you are. It's just about everybody else is doing that. So he talks about the weather. And of course, he gives people something for their money. So Rod earns his money. He earns his money because he will take you to these condos. He's telling you that if you have an interest in renting a condo, buying a condo, leasing, whatever, he's showing you what is available. So he is actually performing an actual service on here, believe it or not. No, weather might be the boring subject, but it gets people talking on the street or whatever. No, Ricky looks like a Pakistani cab driver. Oh, Clint. Ooh, ow. Yeah. And you can learn a lot about Rod. And the one thing I've learned about Cebu, which I knew already, because I've rented condos and, certainly while I was in Cebu visiting, I've been in numerous condo complexes. They all got one thing in common. They're the size of closets. They're not worth their price. Peso for peso, they're not worth the price. And they're roach infested, a lot of them. And a lot of the owners you're going to rent from, they won't fix their air conditioners, or it's not sealed off properly, or, okay, picture this. You're in a condo, and you got your sink area, right? So you got your maybe refrigerator on one side, then comes your sink, and then level the area, put your dishes on. Now, there's a space generally between one cabinet to the other. This is where you're preparing your food and where food can spill out of whatever you're cooking it on, right? You have cooking facilities, right? The one thing they don't clean is between those areas, and that's where the roaches are coming from. And their roaches are coming up from the drains in the shower. Especially where the toilet is, there's also a drain. There's a drain in the shower. There's a drain like right up before your toilet is, right? You've been there, so you know, right? Oh, they're very overpriced. Philippines King is back. Mexican? You think Rod is Mexican? I've seen video with him, and he ain't Mexican. He comes from the Midwest. He comes from the Midwest. He's very Midwestern, and how he pronounces things too. No, those roaches are hardy. What are you talking about? You could flush a roach down your fucking toilet, and he'll find a way to make it back out again. I tell you, they're almost indestructible. I hate roaches. Oh my god. It's very rare that we ever see a roach get in this house. And the only way it gets in here, if it's a flying roach or something, we have the door open and it flies in here. Maybe at night, you see the light on or something. But I'm very happy about that. We don't get roaches here. Very rare. We may see them on the ground in the bushes sometimes, crawling around at night or something. They're here. I mean, they're around. They're in the dirt. And if they're in the house, we certainly don't see them. But then again, a lot of them come out at night. But we certainly don't see. We don't see them here. Had to use masking tape to cover the holes in City Suites. Oh yeah, in the beginning I used to say it's City Suites. Yeah, they don't maintain that place. I know very well about City Suites. I've stayed there many, many times in the beginning. That's when I met Gilda. I had my trips there. She'd come over to visit me there, and City Suites, yeah. That's where we met. I was in City Suites. You probably saw a video of her sitting at the edge of my bed with me, and that was City Suites. Yeah. No, they go through the shower, drains. And you know what? The one thing I found in the majority of condo rentals I've been in for, trips to Cebu and stuff, they never touch it. There's mold on the ceilings from, the moisture in the bathroom. They never take care of that. If you're really sensitive to mold and fungus and all that kind of shit, I know I am to a certain degree. I was tested like 25 years ago, like mold, dog dander, stuff like that. Be brave enough to tell whoever's running that unit that they need to clean that. Or forget about them doing anything. Buy the cheapest bottle of bleach you can. Get a cheap little spray bottle and spray it on the fucker. That'll keep it at bay for a while anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah. One hotel I stayed at, I kept on getting mold buildup. I couldn't figure out why it kept getting. Oh, the moisture, man. You're taking hot showers. It's warm. It's warm in there anyway. The moisture. You need some Puerto Rican cockroach killer shoes. Yeah. Get Nico. Hire Nico out. All right, Frank. Behave. Behave, Frank. Behave. I'll behave. I can't help but thinking about it. It's so true, though. It's not a stereotype. I mean, it really, I forget it. I'm not even, it's true. It's true. You're not going to see any self-respecting Puerto Rican in a big city or something without pointy shoes. You won't. They never know when they need it. They use it as a weapon, too, but sometimes they hide a knife in there, too. They click on their hail, and this knife, by spring action, comes out of the tip. And that's especially if they're going to go after rats. Or they do it in the street fights. But you can kill a rat with that. You have like a little spring-loaded knife in the tip of your pointy shoes. And they always say, mira, means look. Mira, mira. Papiro, I don't know that. Mira is look, right? Hey, look. Puppy? I don't know about that one. No. It's so right. Okay. Puerto Rican cockroach killer. No, but Rod's okay. And everybody says the same thing when they see his videos. They all say the same thing. It's not worth. Put it this way. I used to stay at Horizon 101, we clocked in probably all the years. We probably clocked in about 35 visits there throughout the years we've been together. 35 visits there. When I tried to throw people off that I wasn't there, I was actually there. But no, we don't go there anymore. We haven't gone there in quite a while. Why? Is because, well, they're generally about 1,500 a night to 18 with certain units. We go through one agency that well manages anyway. It's a B&B, whatever it is, And if you want one with a balcony, it's going to be at least 18 or more. We stayed in one which had a double room. Now that one was nice. We stayed in there. That was 2 units together. They made it into one good room. And it was great. It was great. The furniture was pretty good. The bed was a California king size. I'm not kidding you. And, you could have some family members over, and you don't feel like you're in a fucking closet. They're all sitting on your bed, or you only have 3 chairs to a little kitchen table, and would they be standing up or something, Pappy. Pappy. Hey, Pappy. So I will never, ever, ever recommend Horizons 101. We don't waste our... I'm not telling you where we go now. It's 2 places, but we were in there long enough to know about that building, the ins and outs of it. And sometimes you could smell the sewer or some shit outside. And I don't know, sometimes... and here's the biggest problem, too. And this is not just Horizon. The entry doors, there's always a visible space at the bottom of the door, which cockroaches can come from one unit into another. They have these sweeps you could put on there. We actually have it on some of our inside doors for air conditioning so it doesn't get out. They have these sweeps you could put on there to prevent even crawling creatures. But that's how they're coming in. That if you're near the garbage disposal area, they have, usually on the same floor, they have another door, and they have a big green trash can for people who could throw their trash down there. Some of them actually have a chute where you could throw it down. They're coming up the chute. That's how they're getting from ground zero to 45 or 50 stories. These athletes are climbing all the way up from the garbage chutes. What's scary is when the cockroach walks, oh my God. Harpies, okay. Harpy, I never heard that. I lived in New York. I've been around Puerto Ricans. Maybe it's just my old age. I don't know. I don't remember that. Oh yeah, that is the worst. And when I was a kid, scarred to death out of that shit. Okay, you got the lights turned down in the living room, you're watching TV, and some fucking roach comes crawling on your arm. Oh my God. How about what happened to this dude in Hawaii? This guy was from Aloha Gutters, and he did a bum job anyway, but I won't have to go into that. They didn't level it out. Water used to sit in there. I don't want to go. This guy came over with his wife, Jesus Christ, this guy had the biggest welt on his eye. I said, what happened? What happened? A fucking centipede bit him when he was sleeping. That's a sci-fi horror movie, man. Holy shit. Now that's creepy. Look, I was in Kona, Hawaii one day, and I was visiting Bob. Bob passed away. He was a friend of mine in Kona. He was an Italian guy, actually, descent. Truck driver. And Bob came up to me. I stayed downstairs. He let me stay for a night down there, so I didn't have to pay for another, because I was visiting him. I was going to take him around. He said, okay, he had a whole apartment downstairs. He hardly ever used. He don't let anybody touch it. Unless it's a woman or something, then yeah, he doesn't mind. But, for me, he made an exception. He comes in the court. I'm sitting out back having a cig, actually, because you don't want nobody to smoke in the house. I wouldn't do that anyway. He comes with a coffee can, and there's this huge purplish blue centipede, and he must have been about 9 inches long. Must have been about 9 inches long. Ugly fucking thing, man. I said, oh, man. What he should do is feed it to the, what do you call? There's plenty of them around. What do you want to like fucking squirrels, but they're vicious. Boy, I tell you what, I am definitely losing it. I'm getting like Trump. If I don't talk about something enough, I won't remember it. But it's all right. Anyway, this thing had to be about 9 inches long. And ominous looking. Just they say it's the small ones that give the worst bite, but I don't know about that. That I'd freak out like a motherfucker. Now, while I was staying down, not raccoon, which you find in Hawaii a lot. I'll think about it. God, Frank, come on, seriously? Anyway, so same time I was staying there, and it wasn't kind of scorpions you see on the Western movies, big black things, whatever. There was no chipmunks, no. I'll get to it. It'll come to me. Now I know. Now you're wondering. I know. And there was a fucking scorpion walking across the floor. Now, it wasn't a big scorpion. In fact, it almost looked transparent. I swear to God. But it had its claws hanging in the front like it was a scorpion. And that freaked me out. Of course, I killed it. But, so when I went to use the bed downstairs, and it's a whole apartment down there, refrigerator, sink, cooking facility, all that stuff, dishes, all that stuff. Even a TV, I think. Maybe he had a TV. I'm not sure if he did. Don't matter. I had to make sure I pulled the covers or sheets off the bed. I had to go look at the bed. There was no way in the world I was going to get in bed thinking that a scorpion or something like that or a centipede was in that bed. Oh, believe me, I checked. But now I also do something else when I go to a hotel. Pull their little comforters off, whatever's on there, and take a good look at the sheets. I remember I had this chick, Rhea, come over that I was sort of seeing at the time when I first started, and she was very particular. She was like me in a way. She'd look at the sheets first to make sure she didn't see any black things on it or anything that looked unusual. I remember that. But I do the same thing now. I look at the sheets and see what's on there. And for your information, which a lot of you don't know, no, not a skunk. Oh, God, you going to make me burn my remaining brain cells? After all, Popeye said that the benzos burned out my brain. But I have a good memory for you, Popeye. A very good memory for you. And we'll check the sheets. But one thing you don't know of, because it's a real hassle. Those they put the comforters, the blankets on the bed. They don't change them that often. Now, couples could have had sex on that. People have sex, they could have sex right on the blanket or whatever. And there's something else too. They spray, I'll tell you about that. It's a spray that they spray around, not for bugs, but anyway, they do not change the comforters very often. We had a skunk run by us for 2 months. They make the best pets if you de-skunk them. I was just watching something on that too. They make great pets. I've seen some really strange animals that made great pets. I couldn't believe it. Squirrels, all kinds of shit. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. Sort of, kind of. Skunks are great. They don't spray that often. Yeah, well, you want to take that chance? I heard you can't get that smell off. You got to bathe in tomato juice or something. Wild skunks don't spray like everyone thinks they are friendly. Well, who wants to take that chance? They take the sack off them. They have a spray sack on them. You got to take off the spray sack. That's some nasty stuff. I've smelt skunks before. Well, I knew they're in an area. If I was somewhere outdoors, in Seattle or wherever I was, In New York, even I smelled skunks. It's a telltale smell. You know. Ah, wait a minute though. There is something called a skunk weed or something, and a lot of people get confused. There is a weed, not the one that smells like death. There's actually a plant that it's a death plant or something, what they call it. But there is a weed that smells like skunk, and I don't know what they call it. But there's a weed that smells like skunk. You were raised by wolves. Yeah. I don't know. It's like cutting off nuts or something. They got some kind of a scent sack on them. Even a dog has a sack on them. Did you know that too, above their anus? And sometimes responsible owners, and I haven't done it, will have to squeeze this sack to get all this shit out. If you see your dog licking up there, up above their anus, and they're really itchy, yeah, they got this. It helps them create scent when they piss and all that shit. They got a sack there too that you didn't know about. And sometimes a veterinarian he'll depress the area with gloves and a mask, and spill out some of this crap. What is a horrible subject here? Only on Frank's show. You see the new title of the show? Okay. Yeah, it's a nasty job, but somebody's got to do it. No, but they have a weed out there that smells like a skunky smell, and you would think it was an actual skunk. And a lot of horticultural places will display, I forgot the exact name they call it. It's a death plant. It has the smell of a rotting body. When it starts a certain type of season, it'll smell like death. If you smell anything dead before, a human body, I've never smelled the human body dead, but I've smelled animals that were dead, and believe me, it's enough to make you vomit. And people would crowd there like crazy to go see this. I remember at the horticultural place in Seattle, people were flocking in. You know how the kind of morbid curiosity people have. They wanted to see and smell the skunk plant. I mean the death plant. Yeah, it might actually be called skunkweed, not the one I'm just talking about now, the horticulture place, but the one that I said you smell in the woods somewhere. Yeah, I think it's actually called skunkweed because it smells like a skunk. Yeah, proper weed, not marijuana weed. No. I can't believe I have 12 people even here at this time. But it's so right. Oh. Do be a horrible smell. Oh, Jerry's back. Okay. Jerry's got time on his hand these days, worse than me. But it's so right. I had a kind of a favorite dish of mine. Oh, you know what? I've been finding recipes all the time on the internet that pop up on, I guess, Facebook feeds or something. There's some really interesting shit that we could do with stuff that we never do. We got to start changing things around and getting creative around here. We eat a lot of the same shit all the time. But like for lunch, which I don't mind having, but not too often, it's basically cut up carrots, cut up potatoes, and there's ground beef and whatever, and like a beef sauce, whatever it is in there. And then you have a plate of rice if you want to kind of pour this over some rice. It's really good. I do stuff like that in the past where I used to pour things over mashed potatoes. I used to love that. I could even make a food with a gravy in it and stuff, I remember as a kid, I used to make volcanoes out of the mashed potatoes. If we had like a beef broth or something, whatever, and I'd make a hole in the middle. Did you guys do that too? Or was I just a weird kid? But I'd dig a hole in the middle, make like a mountain out of it, and dig a hole in the middle, and I would put my gravy in there. I don't know, I thought everybody did that. I don't know. Well, a lady said I had a level head. I was in a pharmacy as a kid. She said, son, you seem very level-headed to me. Oh, did you do that? How much? Yeah. I think a lot of people do that. They make like a reservoir in there. This way they can mix the potato. They'll get the gravy in each spoon or fork of potatoes. A lot of times I'll just use my spoon and not even use a fork sometimes, it's according. I don't get enough on the forks. I just scoop it up. I don't care if it's meat, whatever it is, mixed. But the one thing, I've always been a meat and potatoes man. Always. Always. I love, you can't just put the meat separately in your mouth. I think a lot of people do this too. It ain't just me, and it ain't weird. I have to inundate the piece of meat with some nice buttered mashed potato, or with gravy, whatever, or both, or whatever, for that extra taste. Oh, you think Jerry's a vegan? No, I can't use chopsticks, barely. I've tried it. I'm sure I could. No, I mean, I made it work for me, but I'm not good at it, no. Fuck that shit. I eat fast, so I'm not going to bother with chopsticks. I want that food from the plate into my fucking mouth. I'm going to sit there with chopsticks and grab a little pea. I want a whole fucking fork full of peas or a spoonful of peas. And I don't really care what side of the goddamn plate of my forks and cutlery, whatever. I don't give a shit. I throw it on the right side. If that's the right side, I don't care. Just etiquette. Just make it available to me. And nobody here cares about it either. I didn't think you were a vegan. But it's so right. It's all right. Got to get rid of the old air conditioner we have sitting in the room there. She knows, I said, we'll get after the guy. I don't want to sit around here. Let's make more room in the it's in the exercise room. No, you just got to buy a copper coil thing for this thing. It's, I don't want it hanging around. Because I got good air conditioners in the house now. I don't need just the one that broke down because of I don't know, the condenser coils or some shit like that. I don't know. Somebody wanted to buy it. I don't know how much. I ain't going to charge them much for it. I just want to get rid of it, really. Frank is too high class and high IQ to eat meat. I eat meat all the time. What are you talking about? I get hungry enough, I'll fucking eat you. Have a little seasoning anyway, a little salt anyway. If I was in a plane crash, fuck yeah. You in that plane crash with me? Haven't you? I'd be eating your fucking ass up, that's for sure. Knife and fork. Pass the pepper and salt, please. Fuck yeah. Oh, he said you're too high class and okay. Now, let me tell you something. You're going to do things to survive that you would never do before. It's very easy for somebody that's very highly nourished. And I really hate the expression. Ooh, was that a hawk that just came down? That's weird. Fucking hawk. Let me see. Hold on. Big ass bird, I know that. Where'd I see him? Where'd he go? Whew. Oh man, I got dizzy as I just got up. You get up too fast, you ever get dizzy? My God. My goodness. Push comes to shove, you're going to eat things that you would never eat in your life to survive. You have a natural instinct to survive, especially if you have something to look forward to. And you got the woman, you got the house, you got the family. It gives you a reason to live. Unlike these losers on here that have no reason to live at all. And when they die, nobody's even going to miss them or remember who the fuck they were after a couple of years. But that's their situation. I'm unforgettable. Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable. Hammond just says, Frank, speaking of the hawks, I remember one time this gigantic bird dropped dead from the sky. I couldn't believe a hawk had dropped him. I still don't know how. You saying that it dropped from the sky or dropped dead from the sky? Wedlock, fortress. Oh, come on, Clint. Wedlock, we're not even married. Fortress? Ain't no fortress here. Well, it is in a way. Come through these doors unwelcome. Well, I make no guarantees that you're going to survive the experience. Hold on a minute. Oh, they are movies. Well, you know, there's some pretty damn good size. They have eagles too, I believe here, but they have hawks, and I've seen them fairly often. Well, actually infrequently, but I've seen them. I've seen them. Huge wingspan. I remember, and this was funny now. This was funny. This was actually the opposite. Listen to this. I seen a bunch of these tiny little birds. And I'm telling you, there was a shitload of them. Instead of the other way around, and I know it was happening because I witnessed it, right in front of the sky, right here. There was like must have been about 60 small birds. They were chasing the fucking hawk, man. And he was doing acrobatics to avoid him. They were specifically chasing this hawk. See, the safety in numbers, right? That's what they do, even with birds. Hawks are usually chasing these fucking birds, but this was the opposite. And this happened a couple of months back. They were here. She saw the owl. She saw the owl in the tree over here. I said, what are you looking at? I'm not seeing it. No, but she saw an owl once or twice here. Oh yeah, there are owls here. And we got bats here too. I've seen them, not lately, but small bats. They're just going after the mosquitoes and bugs in the air, all that shit, you know. All kinds of animals here. But they were chasing that hawk like there was no tomorrow. And what were they going to do to him anyway? I don't understand. Were they going to gather around, back him in the sky, the hawk? I don't get it. I don't get it. But I saw that. Oh my God, you got a bat in your room? I'd freak out. A bat fell through the room. Oh my God. I got a bat in my room. It's a baseball bat, steel. Even got a golf club with a steel head on it. Mm-hmm. Well, that'll crack some fucking skulls. Oh, you betcha. I wouldn't like that. Well, look. I could not sleep. There's no way in the world. If I had there's a bee in the room, get that fucking bee. If there's a fucking mosquito in the room, get him. There's a fly in the room, get him. You hear those stupid things, they buzzing by your head. You hear it goes, I don't know how to even make that noise. There's my lady here, but it's so right. Oh. Why are you looking at me like that? What are you eating those terrible cocoa flavored candy?
Nothing.
It's not, it's something.
Anything.
Where do you get those ginger candies? They're ginger. Remember you brought over some ginger candies, or your daughter brought them over or something? You said you really liked them. Remember we had them in a package?
Pharmacy.
Oh, the farmers? Oh! I wouldn't mind having those around. I know there's sugar in them, but I know we're not going to eat that many of them. Keeps your mouth busy. Apparently bats are very common. Oh, this bat's here. Oh, you believe this bat's here. Droppings on the bed. Now that's... You ever see these guys that do spelunking? You know, they like to go in caves and all that shit. There was a story on the feed. It's an old story, but it's true. This spelunker type dude wanted to go into this cave. I'm not sure it was in the United States. And he got stuck. I mean, he thought he could worm his way through this opening, right? But it didn't work. I mean, he was stuck. He tried everything to get out. Even people outside were trying to get to him, and they couldn't. They couldn't even pull his feet out. I mean, he was stuck. And guess what? Wind up happening. Very sad. They couldn't get him out. They managed to get some water to him or something. That was it. He died stuck in that. This is a true story, by the way, not made up. You're on my show now, you know. This is a true story. He's still there now. His skeleton's still there. He had to die and starve to death in that hole and feel completely enclosed and dark. What a way to die. There are bad ways of dying, and that's one of them on the list. Oh, you know the guy's name, John Edward Jones. Well, you guys knew about this. See, I don't lie. See, I don't lie on here. That's proof right there. I didn't make up a story like all these shows on here just to have topic matter. Yeah, I don't still understand it. There's so many ways you could probably get the guy out. I don't understand it. Either it was very sensitive there, the rocks are going to fall easy, and it meant danger to somebody else, but they tried what they could. Even at his last words, they had something in there like a microphone, something to record or something. Yeah, that's where I saw it on YouTube or something. John Edward Jones. What a way to die. Well, apparently he wasn't claustrophobic because he liked to explore caves, but I'll tell you what's even worse than that. I'll give you something worse than that. Same story of a way, but divers, cave divers, that's the worst. Because if your flashlights go out, you're going to freak out. Well, this happened to be a monster one. You remember this one where there was this creature, or creatures, plural, living in his cave. And probably the worst thing ever. Yeah, he literally crawled into his own grave, yeah. But on the divers, man, you have to be a confident diver and competent to do that. You got to have balls of steel. There was these caves that were 3 miles long. And they're going underwater. And for whatever reason, you're, I don't know, the valve on your scuba mask or something goes out. Jerry knows about diving. Or your lights go out. You're going to freak out. You cannot navigate your way out of there. Now, what they use a lot, they use a rope. I forgot what it's made of. It's usually something that has a, I don't know if it's like parachute rope, which is really strong, but they use a rope for that. And if that breaks for some reason or whatever happens, or if your flashlights go out, and I think if you were smart doing that kind of underwater spelunking, you should have certainly more than one light source, usually one on the head, maybe. Well, that's if you're not diving, but they might have them too. And have a couple of more on your belt. I would never, if I was that brave to do something like that. I can't dive anyway because of my ear. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise, but it would have been so awful in the hours leading up to his death. Oh my God, the guy was starving to death. He was dehydrating and starving to death. Oh, there was another incident similar to that. A kid, and they don't know why he went down the chimney. That was another feed I seen. This was a true story too. The true Hollywood story right here on my show. I don't know, this kid was missing or something. Where the fuck is he? Somehow they discovered him. He went in his old house. It wasn't occupied. Why he got on the roof? Why, he could have got in through windows if he wanted to. The kid was stuck in the chimney. I kid you not. What he didn't realize, there was a, what do you call it, a flue that was closed in there. So even if it wasn't, he couldn't make himself down. He got stuck. And the flue was closed. So he died in there. Starved to death. Same thing. I don't know, people get themselves into some really strange situations. They really do. Nobody knows why he went on that roof of this old abandoned house and why he decided, was he playing Santa Claus? What was he trying to do? Because it made no sense to anybody, to the police, to the coroner's office. It didn't make any sense to anybody who was on the scene that found the emaciated or bones or whatever they found of him. He climbed down a freaking chimney, man. And nobody could hear your voice. I would have died of fright. Well, I would have found a way to end it right there, not to starve to death. Nobody really knows what it is to starve. I don't think anybody out here in this show knows what it is, and I certainly don't. You know how people very easily say, oh man, I'm hungry, I'm starving to death. You almost want to slap them in the face. And besides, they're like, they got an 18-inch belly. Well, 18 inches outward. Oh, I'm starving to death. No, sir, you don't look like you're starving to death. Starvation, as I understand, is painful. Remember they used to show those pictures of all these kids in Biafra? They got this distended bellies. And I forgot why their bellies were distended with starvation. I'm not sure. And you probably think I would know that, but I don't. They all had these distended bellies, like they were little kids that were pregnant or something. People do things wrong, though, even with humans and animals. The one thing they do wrong with animals, I know that. They see a starving animal, he's down to his skeleton, right? And they put a big bowl of food for that animal. Believe it or not, that could kill the dog or cat. Because they're so hungry, they're going to eat everything in that bowl. Their stomach is already shrunk. They can't handle it. Or too much blood is flowing away from the heart, as happens with people who go into these buffets, which I don't think I want to go to a buffet anymore, really. Why do you think people are having heart attacks at buffets? I'll tell you why. What I just said. They want to get their money's worth. They pay a price, which they're already complaining is too high, and it usually is. And they sit there for hours sometimes. They'll loosen their belt if they have to. They want to get their money's worth. Oh, no, I'm not done yet. The buffet didn't kill. Well, that's because he was taking half the food home. That's why. In a plastic bag. Shrimp. They kicked him out of the fucking place, that cheap bastard. Oh, right now he's eating prawns in hell somewhere. I don't know. That's why you see ambulances sometimes at these buffets, because this is what some of you, and I've talked about it before, maybe you don't know this, but when you are overstuffing yourself, you got blood flow to your heart, right? That's how your heart beats, circulate, okay? When you eat too much food in one sitting, the blood that you need to go to your heart and oxygenate your heart is being redirected to your digestive system, and it's taking away the blood to your heart. That is why. And a lot of people, the average Joe, does not even know that. Yeah, the way he used to shovel whole prawns down his pelican beak. Oh yeah, fins and all. Nothing went to waste with Fazio. Fuck Fazio. I still say it, fuck Fazio. But let it be a lesson learned for all the people that are listening on here, all my thousands of viewers. Spread the good word. Do not overstuff yourself. You go to a party, go to a buffet. I know, the food is free, or you're paying a price to eat as much as you can. That is a death wish. And Charles Bronson is not involved with that. You are. You're only supposed to eat to the point where your stomach is starting to feel full. That's the cutoff point. That's your body telling you that your stomach is overfull. It's the stopping point. And if you don't stop there, then you are putting yourself in jeopardy for your health, for your life. But don't listen to me. I don't know anything, right? He sure was cheap. Yeah, he was. That's how he survived. He wasn't making no money. He was depending on people sending him donations or scamming somebody, you know. Well, he's not going to scam anybody anymore. That's for sure. He's gone, brother. He ain't coming back. You're right there, Frank. Eat light, like the Japanese. Well, I can't eat that light. Oh, I eat till my stomach is starting to feel full. Absolutely. They'll say I had enough. And sometimes it's a visual thing. You know your stomach is full, but it looks so good because there might be something else on the table. Oh, I can't leave without trying that. Now I'll stuff down a piece of cake after that, too. Or they got the chocolate bar. They want to get all that chocolate or something. Guys, I am telling you, man, this is a serious matter. Do not sit at a buffet. Don't even go to a buffet. I say better yet. But they say, why? But then they might say, shit, man, if I'm paying that price, I'm going to eat and get my money's worth. It's greed talking. It's not sensibility talking. It's greed. It's like, I want to get my money's worth. Well, you're going to get your money's worth, but you're not going to live to see another buffet again. I would choose probably not ever to go to another buffet. Okay, Hamish says, watch U.S. nuclear capable bombers conducted a show on force over the Sea of Japan alongside Japanese fighters. It's fun. Nah, not my topic right now. It's too complex. Too complex. There's a lot of things you guys don't know about, and I'm here to teach you. If I know about it, I'll share it with you if it's worthwhile. But it's your life. You do what you want with it. You want to be like Ricky and... Man, did you see Jay, how he puffed out? The last show that Jay did? Oh, pork ribs, yeah. Jay is all puffed out. We're not talking muscle. We're talking porked out. His face is all pudgy. His body's all pudgy. And he laughs. He laughs about his chain smoking and laughs about his, I call it chain drinking. Jay, laugh all you want. Keep up the good work is what I say. Please continue to chain smoke. There's a difference between smoking and chain smoking and the drinking. Keep on keeping on, brother. Keep on keeping on, Jay, please. He laughs about it. But he won't be laughing when he's in an ICU unit somewhere. He won't be laughing then, will he? Neither will Ricky or anybody like that. They won't be laughing if they make it to an ICU unit. Tell us how funny that is then. But I'm sorry, when it comes to drinking and obesity, it's something I talk about a lot on here. There's absolutely no excuse for somebody to be fat. There's no reason. Control what you put in your mouth. Unless you got a gland problem like your, what is it? Well, there's certain gland problems that can do that, but I think even that's not terribly extreme. Well, you could have a slow metabolism, okay, instead of a faster metabolism. And if you have a slow metabolism, like I could burn off fat easy. If you have a slow metabolism, you're going to gain weight, and you're going to have to exercise. You have no choice. Yeah, Ricky can put some food away. Oh, I know that as a fact. I don't know if Jerry has an agenda. I don't know. But what people do, it is their business, but it doesn't mean we can't talk about it. It doesn't mean we can't learn from it. Shit, I've learned a lot of shit. And I was taking some supplements in the past that probably I shouldn't have been taking because I read the wrong information. So now I got real savvy. and I research anything that I take. And I don't take that many supplements lately. There are some key supplements that I take that I shared on here once before. I'm not going to get into that, but there's some supplements I take. And every now and then I'll take another supplement periodically. But I have only about maybe 5, tops 6 supplements I'll take every day. No more than that. I used to take as much as 12 or 13, 14 different things every single day. I don't do that anymore. Is Jerry a spy for breeders? Probably. Take my COVID shot. I already had that. That ain't going to happen again. That's not going to happen again. I was forced to take that like a lot of people were. I would never been able to come back to Philippines. I was in Hawaii, remember? I did whatever it was to get me back once the Philippines opened up. Every 3 months. Fuck that shit. Don't tell me you're taking it. Are you that foolish? Are you that fucking foolish? The original shot is worthless without a boost. I had 2 shots. I had 2. You ain't getting me near that vaccination anymore. And I ain't touching it. Now, you're a fool. I thought you were more intelligent than that, Mrs. Heminger. So you're telling me that you trust the pharmaceutical companies? Are you like new or something? I ain't touching that shit. I'll take a regular flu shot. In fact, I'm due for one. Doesn't cost that much. Well, I don't know, $1,500, I think. If it's even that. I don't need to take a pneumonia shot because I've had one a while back and that actually lasts a while. But as you get older, I really suggest you take the flu shots. The tried and true ones, you know what I mean? Not this COVID shit. Well, death is a side effect of COVID. There's a lot of people who are dead because of COVID, but a lot of people are dead because they took the vaccination also from COVID. Young people dying at 25 years old that are healthy and athletes, and so something wrong with that picture. Something wrong with that. Hemorrhage said if I had bed. Oh, I had side effects when I went too many months without it. Side effect, but the booster helps reduce side effects. Well, I stand by science to a point too. But you still don't understand. You know, you're Italian, they call you stunad, stupid. If something hasn't been tested for 8 fucking years, which is a general time, if it's really an important drug, if it hasn't been tested for 8 years before it's marketed, you're taking your life in your hands. But they sped up the process because they wanted to make money. They didn't want to lose out on money. You know the money they made? $1 trillion or more. How? Pfizer and some other corporations? Making buku money. They wanted to get it on the market as soon as they could. They had investors that were pushing them to. They were in a hurry to make money. No, let's get it on the market. Let's get it on the market. You know what the hospitals are doing, right? I told you, when people died in the hospital during COVID, and it might have been from something else, they wrote it off as COVID. Because if they wrote it off as COVID, they get funding from the government. And they would put on their death certificates, it would say COVID, when it wasn't from COVID. They could have had pneumonia, which is a byproduct, which is of COVID. They wound up dying from the pneumonia. But they had just ammonia that really wasn't associated with COVID, a lot of them. And they wrote it off as being COVID. Because I know as a fact about this. I know as a fact, that's what they were getting, hospitals were getting extra money. And what hospital can't use extra funds? Oh yeah. The mask industry was making millions and millions of dollars for masks, and it generated, you know, just like war, it generates, it boosts the economy. Because now they're, you know, setting up factories for making uniforms and guns and missiles and ammunition, you name it, it boosts the economy. If you had taken the booster sooner, I wouldn't have had such side effects. I'll take the shot. Well, good luck to you is all I can tell you. I think you're wrong. There's a guy who works for Pfizer. He was a whistleblower. He was one of the fucking chemists. And he came on social media one time and he told this whole story. That you're going to die within 7 years, more likely, of taking that COVID. That there's a good chance some metabolic dysfunction is going to happen. It hasn't been 7 years yet. And there's been people that have been dying in between. I wouldn't gamble like you did. And look, I don't need no other complications in my life. I ain't taking that shit. You know what my age is now. I'm not getting any younger. Well, neither are you, but, I'm not going to chance taking any more COVID. Fuck that shit. I didn't want to take it when I had to. I had to go to CVS pharmacy to get it, and later on I had to come back, get another. I wouldn't be able to go into the Philippines. I was willing to take that chance. I didn't want to. I was adamant about that. I did not want to, but I had to, or else I would not be able to travel. I didn't want to take a chance of not going back to the Philippines and being stuck. Fuck that shit. Shit, I would have paid the goddamn nurse in CVS pharmacy. Hey, I'll give you some money. Make believe you're injecting me. Make it look like you're actually putting the medicine in me. And give me the card. Shit, I never thought about that. I would have done that. Because if we go in a little boot area, anybody knows going to really see us getting injected. I didn't think about it, but I should take out some couple $100 and here, make believe he just gave me a shot. Signed the card and everything. I would have done that. No, it's not being closed-minded, Heminger. Not knowing long down the road what this shit's going to do to you, why would you chance doing that? This thing has to go through test and trial, and that takes years. Not practically overnight, which it practically was when you think of how short of a time it was. They just couldn't produce enough of it. They were pumping it away, making money left hand over right hand, and it was just like, they seen money, they seen dollar signs. You go do what you want. You do what you want, I'm doing what I want. I'll take my chances. I'm not going to keep on putting COVID vaccinations in my body when I don't need it. There's no big COVID thing going on right now. And besides, it's one thing you don't understand about these viruses. What you don't understand, they transform. They change. They get a little complicated. And the virus itself, it goes through changes sometime. And now those vaccinations wouldn't work for it. They go through, they morph. They morph. Well, if I get sick from something, it ain't going to be from not taking more COVID vaccinations. Hell with that shit. Just take it. End the subject. Just take it. When you die unexpectedly, well, you're not going to be able to talk to us anyway. I'll have somebody get on there and say, hi, this is Mrs. Heminger's family. He died from taking these COVID injections. Well, I never had COVID, to my knowledge. Well, that was the whole purpose of taking a vaccine, right? But the problem with that, hey, I'm all for science. If you listen to my shows, you know I'm all for science and medicine to a degree. But I'm not going to voluntarily take something so radical. The same as I wouldn't get chemotherapy if I had cancer. No, the chemo is what kills you, not the cancer. And usually you develop pneumonia as a complication of your cancer, as a complication of the chemo that's killing all your good cells in your body. And your immune system gets so weakened that you wind up getting pneumonia and you die from pneumonia. So there are alternative methods with cancer treatment. And I don't want to hear about the ivermectin and all this shit again. I don't trust that either. That's not been tested well enough to treat cancer. It's become more of a fad than anything else. It's become a fad. You got a bad immune system then. Well, I don't know what to tell you in your situation. If you had it twice, why didn't the first one work? Okay. Then you go inject yourself with yet another? You didn't have enough punishment? You know, sometimes it rarely happens, but when you get a flu shot, the people realize what they're giving you, they're actually giving you the flu. It's a dead version of it, but your body recognizes the virus or bacteria in there. Your body has a memory. So your defense system, all your killer cells, T cells, they all go at work and they find this bacteria and they destroy it. Okay, that's how it works. Sometimes, and it's happened to people, that they were injected with a flu virus and they actually got the flu. In other cases too, with some similar vaccinations. Because you're basically introducing, just like rabies. I had to get a rabies injection, anti-rabies, when the cat bit me one time. And it stays in your system for quite a while. And you're actually introducing, it's kind of a dead version of the actual rabies virus, okay? But your body's going to recognize it as a rabies virus. It's going to go to work. It's going to recognize it, okay? So that if you did actually get rabies, or at another time get rabies, you got this switch in your system, and your system has a memory. So that's what it really is. You're being injected the actual disease that you're getting a vaccination for. Imagine that. But your body will recognize it and go after it. Anyway, that's how it works. Someone just died from getting a kidney transplant from someone who got bit by a skunk with rabies. Damn. Remember, there's no cure for rabies, man. If you're going to be a dog handler, you're going to work in a kennel, or you're a veterinarian, or veterinarian's assistant, or anything like that, I think it's almost mandatory in the industry now that you have to get one of these vaccines. Because there is no cure. It's a horrible death, too. At one point, they have to tie you down on the bed. You get this hydrophobia and all that, and it's a horrible way of dying. No, we haven't mastered that yet. We haven't found a cure for rabies, and there's so many animals that can carry that, especially here in the Philippines. You got to be very careful. George Washington used to vaccinate the troops with a virus, and some caught it. Forgot the virus. Was it back in George Washington days? I don't know. A little before my time. I don't know the history on that. Do you know that? Did you know that all the German troops were being fed amphetamines, and they didn't even know what it was? You know what they did? I told you I read a lot online. I just read this yesterday. Was it this morning? You think I'm on YouTube looking for troll channels? Probably almost everything I'm talking about probably happened in the past few days. I'm an avid reader on the internet. Well, what Hitler did to his troops is that to get them through many days at a time, they wouldn't sleep. For many days, they were losing sleep. They had to keep them awake. So they fed them chocolates, and they love chocolate. Who doesn't love chocolates, right? Most people do. But they were jam-packed with amphetamines in it. They didn't even know what was in there. He did that to his own troops. This way, they'd be up like non-sleep for 3 days. Yeah. And you think United States don't do stuff like that to troops? There's all kinds of shit going on. They're not exposing stuff, Agent Orange and all kinds of shit. Oh, the U.S. would never do that to their troops. The hell they wouldn't. I do a little bit. I'm not a history buff. I like old historical sites and buildings and stuff. I like that. Old architecture. I love that. Old churches, even though I'm not religious, I still find them fascinating. Some of the designs, and I think about all the people that have gone through those doors. Even right here in Bantayan, we got a place that, well, it originally started in about 1400s, but it got pretty wrecked and destroyed and stuff, a lot of it, and they rebuilt it back in, I don't know when it was, 1500, 1700. It's still very old. But I'm very fascinated by it because there's a history in every structure. I don't care if it's an apartment building. It's been around for 100 years. How many families have lived there? How many disasters have happened in these families' lives? How many children were born in 100 years in that building or structure? How many killings were there in that 100 years? How much lovemaking went on in that 100 years in that old house, or old building? I think that way. It's history to me. It's fascinating. How much living souls have been in and out of the doors of that old building. Jimmy Stewart, Jimmy Stewart, yeah, Jimmy Stewart. It says, you ever notice that there is no videos of Hitler talking in public in normal voice? I think I've seen a few. Most of them, no, but a lot. I think I've seen a few. Jimmy Stewart. He was an architect. Okay. Jimmy Stewart. I like Jimmy Stewart. But it's fascinating to me. You know, I look at an old abandoned, and I, even out here, there were some interesting homes or structures I went to when I went to Baguio area. And I had it on my videos at the time. And there's one place that looked like it was an old hotel, very nicely built. All empty inside, and you could look in the windows. That was about it, you know. The president of Philippines, at that period of time when it was built, used to come there. There was this beautiful house with big turrets. I mean, it had beautiful architecture. Nobody's been living in there for years. And right in back of it, it's like on a hill, as you get a lot in Baguio, the most beautiful vista you've ever seen, and nobody is occupying. So as I said on that video, and I made it at the time, I said the same thing I'm saying now. Who owned it? Why is it empty? Why did they move out? Did somebody buy this? Did the country now own it? Does Baguio own it? I mean, who owns it? Why is it empty? It just needs a little bit of maintenance work. It looked like it's in fairly good shape. It was beautiful. Ornate. Be a lovely place for somebody to have a home. I just don't get that kind of stuff. How do you become the Chancellor? I don't want to get off into Hitler and shit, but yeah. I'm not going to be on too much longer anyway. Frank, is that really Marcos? Is that really Marcos as a mummy in northern Philippines, or is it a fake wax replica? Huh? What mummy in North Philippines? you saying that in the Marcus family they preserved the body? I don't know. I wouldn't want to be on display for anybody. Fuck that shit. In fact, as I said, I'd rather be cremated. I don't know about that. If I knew about it, I'd say something. I can't answer that. They preserve a lot of famous people were preserved that were dignitaries and all kinds of shit like that. Oh, it's fascinating to look at. And there's actually families that have, throughout history, that have preserved the bodies of their child. There's that one famous one of the young girl, I forgot what country it is. And she's preserved in glass, you know. She's got a little blonde hair and everything else, and everybody goes to look at it. Very tiny little girl, you know. I don't know what her name was. There were even some really sick people that... There was this one guy that didn't want to lose his wife. Again, I don't know what country he was in. It could have been the United States. I don't know. There's laws on that, too. And basically, he had his wife preserved in a glass case because he didn't want to be without her. She was still with him. She wasn't alive, but that was her body, and she was very well preserved. Yes, it's very bizarre stuff, you know. Bizarro world stuff. Well, I wouldn't want anybody's dead body next to me. Not even my dog, really. That's too bizarre. Put him on display. God, that would be nightmares. All right, it's time for me to get off. We got a fairly good amount of people in here. And again, we touched on a lot of different subjects on here. That's my show. Now, we changed the title of the show for as long as I'm going to be on YouTube. That's the new title is for now. I changed like I changed socks. I go with the flow of the moment. But we covered some interesting shit, and there's things I have to do before the day is over, okay? So forgive me, but I got to get going. It's been a nice discussion here on several areas. Everything from spelunkers getting stuck in the hole. I mean, what have we covered in one show? And most of these shows can't even fucking cover anything. Oh, fuck, who did Paul have on as a guest now? He had on a guest, kind of an interesting guy, kind of a crazy guy. I guess he's living over in, what do you call, Guam? I don't know if he operates a restaurant, museum, or something. This guy has seen a lot of strange things in Guam and other places. Big old white beard, silver hair, and he was telling some interesting stories. It's probably the most interesting guest that Paul has ever had on his show, period. Where he wasn't trying to display some pussy on there, having some girls on there, or interviews with a bunch of fucking losers, which most of them are. Watch Marco Mummy after the show. No, I got to do maybe later. Mummy, it's M-U-M-M-Y, right? Okay, it's been a fabulous show. I might even leave this on. Fabulous. Fabulous. But I got to pay a little attention to the lady. We got to do a few things here, so I got to go and pay attention to my dogs, too, and to myself. But I like the flow of the show. He was just getting a little bit way off, starting to go into Germany, but I went into it too, how they used to give amphetamines in the chocolates that they gave out to the troops, so that they'd be like, you know, all buzzed up for 3 days in a row when they were on the fronts and all that. And fuck, they were feeding drugs to the troops throughout history. The United States did too through history. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. All right. You've been wonderful, folks. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Philly in the Philippines. I don't think anybody ever understand that guy, and I can't say I understand him at all. And why? Just a commentary, folks. Just a commentary. I'll wait for a few people to show up here, and I'll going to continue a movie I've been watching on here, actually. Killer bees attack New Orleans. Savage bees. No, I'm probably going to turn that one off. But, okay, here's the deal. We're going to talk about Philly and the Philippines on this one. It's a commentary. Not an attack, it's a commentary. And it's trying to find a level of understanding how the minds work of these people on here. First of all, before we can get to the subject, which is the house he's living in and where he's living, he's got so many family members hanging around there. And, well, we got 2 kids here, but there always seems to be some big element of family around there that he's supporting. And you know how it works after you start supporting people's families. Going to be coming back for more. They're going to be staying over your place. Now, I can't say I totally understand the property. He doesn't own the house. Okay, let's start off right there. I only got a couple of people in here now, and I hate repeating myself. They always come in fashionably late. Starts off slow, then it builds up, and then I've already covered my topic. But let me give this a shot. I guess the thing I don't understand, there's a lot of things I don't understand about this guy. I'm reasonably sure that guy makes $5,000 or $6,000 a month from his show. He's got a lot of subscribers. Why, I really don't know, because he's not that interesting of a person. Maybe his clickbait, or whatever it might be. So he's got this old house. He's actually living in a swamp. It's really a swamp area. He said around there was swamp. In front of his house, there's a swamp. Mosquito infestation. That's not good. You got children there. And for yourselves also, not just the children. Dogs running around, chickens running around everywhere. It's not really a healthy environment. Okay, so he's laying down tile in this broken down shack. It would be easy just to knock the fucking place down, and if the house does belong to the grandmother or something to that, don't know the whole story on that, but he doesn't own the house. It's a rickety, rackety, termite-eaten, damp, swampy place. The tile is worth more than the house is worth itself, not the land. But the tile is probably worth more than the house. But he's putting new tile down. It doesn't make any sense to me. Now, if he was going to plan to live there long term, first of all, let me back up a little bit too here. What do you think Philly makes a month? I don't know. I'm going to guess $5,000 or $6,000 a month. He's got a lot of subs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go with 6,000. And he's got some kind of a pension from where he used to work of some sort. Okay, so that's good money. Now, with that being said, here's the deal. I'd understand with the money that Philly makes that he doesn't just move the family into a nice house, a clean, modern, respectable, livable house that's not on an actual swamp, away from all the critters, cement driveway, instead of walking through shit mud every day. But he's placing tile on the floor, which is, it's his prerogative. But I'm just saying, why does he pretend to be so broke when he makes killer money every month on his show, plus some kind of a pension of some sort, and he's laying tile down on a house that don't even belong to him? It's not his house. It might be one of his wife's relatives or something, if I got that correct. For example, Gilda's mom's house, although she don't live there, is in Leyte. It's just a broken down freaking looking house. The land is worth a lot, but, the mom ain't even living there. And a relative of the mom, who is blind basically from cataracts, is living there. And basically this shack that was torn pretty much apart from that one hurricane a while back. We helped put the roof on and stuff like that. But the house needs to be knocked down. Now, this house goes to all the children of Gilda's mother, meaning her and other brothers and sisters, whatever. But they like to have the place because it's a place to resort to, like a vacation. Not in the shape that it's in now, though. I don't understand why they don't spend their money, knock the shitting down house, knock it down, and build a nice little place there. This way, all the family want to go on vacation. That's inclusive of us. Could go up there and stay at the house. But you can't really tell them what to do. It's not just Gilda's house. Well, her mother's still alive. She's going to be turning 89 or 90 in February. But the house is going to Gilda and the other brothers and sisters, collectively. But the mom said that no, doesn't want to sell the land. Something happened to her. She doesn't want the land sold. So whatever's going to go on with that house is never going to be sold. And neither is the land. If they never decide to kind of tear down that rickety-rackety shack, which it turned into over the years, and build something livable so that the relatives can come over there, can stay over there comfortably, and with the hot weather, have an air conditioner there and fans and everything else, instead of being overrun with ants and termites and kind of an open sort of kind of roof area. I mean, it's just not, I was there twice, but I didn't stay the second time in that house because it was just too hot. So one of their relatives had a very, very nice house right on the ocean right there in Leyte. We stayed there for one night. It was great. But upon the death of Gilda's mom, which hasn't happened, she's a tough old bird, going to be turning 90, I guess, in February. She's bedridden. I don't know how she lasted that long, but she's a tough old bird. Tell you, really. The kids get the house and land, but the thing is, they got to be willing, and this kind of applies to Philly, but just get this out of the way. The kids have to be willing to chip in collectively, and I just don't see fixing up the house is going to do it any good, because it's really not in good condition. Everything has to come down, everything, and all that removed and rebuild. Even if it takes a long time, step by step, as much as they want to contribute. It's not that they don't have any money. I think it's just that they don't want to put their money out all at once is what it is. That's what I'm thinking, Anyway, back to Philly. He's a very strange guy. I think you all know that already. It doesn't make sense. I mean, look, people are going to do what they want to do. We have our own thoughts about situations and people. Like people have their own thoughts about me, and I have different thoughts about different people on here. But Philly makes enough money. Okay, when he was living in Angeles City, it seems like he was happier there. Until his wife got ripped off, and maybe that was the catalyst that made him move out of Angeles City. But that's when Philly was more happy, when he was near civilization, wasn't living in a goddamn swamp. And it's the other thing I don't understand about Overstay Road. It's the same damn thing. I've never seen this guy live in a really decent place. He makes good money from the AdSense on his show. There's no doubt about it. He's got plenty of subscribers. They all act like they're brokies when they're really not brokies. They got good money coming in. But they're always living in shacks. You got kids you want to raise? Raise them in a nice area. Give them the opportunities for the rewards you get from your show and your pension. Keep them in a nice, healthy, clean place, away perhaps from dangerous animals. Could be snakes over there where Philly is. I mean, it's a fucking swamp. He's a swamp rat. Look, I could live in a cheaper place and have to go pay rent. I'm not going to live in a shack for what, life I have left in me, how many years. And I don't want her, meaning my girlfriend, to live in a shack for her years. Henceforth, that's why we got the house, and it's a decent house. Clean, hygienic, livable, structurally safe, not a bad area. 8-minute walk to the ocean, white sand beaches. Choose wisely. If you give a fuck about your family, don't have them live in a fucking swamp. I mean, a real swamp. Because that's what it is. When you're making that kind of money off your YouTube channel, and you know these two people, they both are. Both Overstay Road and Philly in the Philippines. They're making decent money. I haven't looked them up on that one site yet, but I'll bet she's making $5 or $6 grand at least per month in Philly situation. Why people watch him, or anybody for that fact, I don't even understand. There's nothing interesting about the guy at all. He's kind of freaky, in fact. However, with that being said, if you got the money, live in a decent place, clean, hygienic. You're not going to be walking through mud every day, bringing it through your house. You're going to deal with critters walking into your house, swampy areas where mosquitoes will nest. You don't want to get dengue or something. But this is what they do. I mean, we can't tell these people what to do. They always find some reason to negate what you say. But I'll be damned. I'll be damned. If I was making the kind of money he makes every month just from YouTube, and he makes a pension, what's his excuse? What is he saving for? And if you really, really want to stay in the Philippines and family stay in the Philippines, and why does he buy a house? He's practically supporting her whole family anyway. All those kids, all relatives and shit, all hanging around there all the time. He's not just supporting his wife and kid he has, whatever. He's supporting a whole fucking family. Supposedly they live a long distance from there, but how long distance they live from there? They always seem to be there. Look, I don't mind my girlfriend's family coming over here. I got 2 of them right here, which is no problem. And I don't mind when they come over here and they stay for a week or 2 or sometimes 3 weeks. Because I know they're going back home to Cebu. And I like her. I like her kids. I mean, that's not the problem. That's really... Shh, quiet. That's not the problem at all. But sometimes I don't like a full house around here. And more food that we have to buy to spend for them. We're not, we can afford to feed them, but the thing is, on a regular basis, that adds up. As you would imagine. So with that being said, I just don't get it. If you're making that kind of money off YouTube, live in a decent place for your family. Have respect for your family. Fuck putting tiles down on the floor of a fucking shack, man. It's like fucking putting fucking lipstick on a pig. It's still going to be a pig. No matter how you flash up that pig, always going to be a pig. And a shack is always going to be a shack. It's not even worth putting a tile on the floor. But that's his choice of how he wants to live. So be it. This is just a commentary, that's all, of what I see. Because if I was renting somewhere, there's very little I would do. When I was renting actually out here, not owning, but renting, we only did a couple of things there. We went in half to put a sliding window in our bedroom. This way, we had those jealousy windows and all the air conditioners going out the window. So that was something necessary. But we were going to stay there. We were planning to stay there. We didn't have any, plans to really buy a house and move out of there. But when we also seen that she wasn't doing a lot of work to the place, and we have our own standards too. I certainly do. Things were always breaking down because she always had workers that didn't know what they were doing. Never did it right. She'd have to do it over again, or she wouldn't do it at all because she didn't want to spend any money. That's why we own a house. We make our own decisions about what we want to do with the house. We want to color it polka dots, we color it with polka dots outside. Whether the neighbors cared or not, they probably would like it. Probably. But we can make our own decisions on this house. Don't have to depend on a landlord to tell us what we can or cannot do. That's the joy of owning a house. Sure, there's maintenance, goes along with anything. But if you rent a house, it's not the same as home ownership. You don't have that pride. But we were kind of different. Anytime I've ever rented in my life, or the last time that we were renting a house for 5 years, prior to moving here, good evening, we took care of the place because we have to live in the place. We don't live outside the place, we live in the house. So when I rented, we did our best to upkeep the house. Absolutely. Take care of the weeds in the yard. Anything going on in the house, we'd report to her. I mean, the whole cabinets and everything really need to be removed in the house we were renting. You talk about ants. I talk about ants here and there, but this place had its bigger share of ants in that place. They ruled. More than here. That's Philippines. You couldn't get ants, but and other shit too. It wasn't a worthwhile place to stay in the last house we were in. So I'm so glad that we moved out of there because I'm not going to try to deal with the landlord, hoping they're going to do this and do that and when. That's great. That's why I say owning a house out here is best. Because I said, what are you going to do with the money? You're going to take it with you when you die? Of course you're not. If you're in a solid relationship, you're thinking about her. It no longer becomes totally about yourself. That's my point. She's been cool with you, man. You be cool with her. This way, she has something to hold on to long after you're gone because she's been so fantastic to you. Gave you love, gave you care, gave you the time of day. That's the kind of woman you want to take care of. She can't take it with you. People say, "Oh no, never buy a house for your girlfriend or wife and all that." Well, that's you. But I think about the things I do, and it took me 6 years to buy this house. Never had any intent. No, we never really did. It wasn't even in my mind. But we did anyway. I thought it was a great idea. I don't regret it. I don't have to pay rent anymore. She don't have to pay rent. You want to get real technical. Who really owns the house? I'm beyond that. I'm so beyond that. It's always going to be her house. No matter who paid for it, it's always going to be her house. And that's the point. I bought this house knowing that. Absolutely. Because it's really hard to find a Filipina that really is into you for you and not what you can do for her. Because I could tell you honestly, she don't ask me for shit. She never asked to have her own house. No, she didn't. And she would have been happy just renting. But I wanted to do something for myself. Not just her. It was for me too. To live in a nicer place, a bigger place, so I don't feel claustrophobic. And I don't feel claustrophobic in this house. I'm not saying that the rooms are so huge But there's lots of rooms, big hallway, lots of rooms. I don't feel claustrophobic. I could chill out in the living room, a full living room, totally separate from any other room. Got the dining room, totally separate from any other room. Got a big size kitchen. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms, two of them being very tiny, but they are bedrooms. They'd have to fit one bed and whatever, you know. So there's actually, let's see, our room is 1, 2, 3, 4. It would be 4 bedrooms actually. Here. And I love it. That's where you got room when people come over. If there's too many of the family over here, they share the rooms together. They have no problem. Sometimes 3, 4 of them sleeping on one mattress if they had to. But no, we got extra mattresses. They go in the living room if they have to. The air conditioned, they love it. TV's in there, the whole bit. They spread out some mattresses on the floor and they're perfectly happy. Filipinos are not hard to accommodate. They make the best of a situation. Just pull out the mattresses in the living room. You got the couches they could sleep on, just like a reclining chair. Some of them, you got the mattresses on the floor if they really want to, because maybe they want to have some air conditioning. So, you know, instead of turning an air conditioner on in another room, just go in the living room and just comfortable as hell. So regarding Philly, I'll end the subject with Philly. It's just, to me, it's just an opinion. That's all. We're not attacking Philly. We're talking about it. I'm saying that he's over there laying tile down in some fucking shack. That's what it is, a shack. That is not really titled to him or his wife. But I'm thinking it belongs to the grandmother or some shit like that. I would not invest any money into something like that at all. And I started to say about this that he makes enough money on his YouTube channel, plus whatever little pension, whatever he gets, to live in a nice place for his children and his wife. They're not in a fucking swamp. I mean, to each his own, I understand that. You can start attacking me for that, that's okay. As I said, it's just a commentary, it's an opinion. When you're making that kind of money, you know, you're in your retirement years, you're retired, you're not working. Live as nice as you can. It doesn't mean you have to live in a rich, expensive place, but live in a nice place. Something you're proud to call your home. And know that whatever you can do, you know, you can do it because it's yours. Or, as I said in Philly's situation, I mean, he could afford to spend $25,000 a month on a decent house for him and his family. That's not going to hurt his budget. He makes a lot of money on his YouTube channel. But, you know, Philly is Philly. That says it all. I can't make decisions for people. I could talk about it, but he got one life to live. I know he does. He mentions me here and there, I know. Because I comment on there. Good evening. I just happened to watch his last show, and I don't really tune on him that much. I don't think I even sub to him. I think I find him on there because, well, I do have a list of people that I have listened to on there, and I'll go down the list. Philly in the Philippines, and so forth. It doesn't show up on my screen when he does a live show or not. Well, that does live. It puts a video on. But the guy makes good money, man. He makes good money. I mean, I don't hate the guy, nothing like that. I think he's a little goofy, though. Some of the decisions he makes, but not being settled down with his family. He was happier in Angeles City, as happy as a lark. Places he could walk to, stores and restaurants and all this stuff. And he loved photographing all the whores. He loved photographing whores. I don't know what his wife thought about that, but he got off on doing that shit. But then when his wife got robbed in Angeles, I think that was the catalyst that made him want to move out of the city area. Okay, I understand that. But the question is it any better? It seems like, they didn't do well with the stores. There was something going on. I don't know. They had that little sorry store, whatever it was. Something didn't work out. It wasn't the nicest place in the world. He's never lived in a nice place. I've never seen him live in a nice place. They were all dumps, but at least the dump they were living in, and they could still stay in Angeles, right outside of Angeles. They could still be there within, a short drive to the downtown area of Angeles City. And he could still go photograph the whores, and he could still go eat at restaurants and stuff like that. He could still get everything he needs. But is this just me? I'm not a Filipino. And a lot of Filipinos are happy living out in the fields and the swamps sometimes. I mean, they live in all kinds of areas. It doesn't bother them. It might bother somebody from a Western culture, sure. And I'm one of them. I don't want to live in a, too rural of an area. I don't mind being away from people, but I don't want to be in bumfuck Egypt either, near a fucking mosquito swamp, which it is. Think of the kids. Move closer to a school, closer to some kind of clinic or something around there to see a doctor, even just a general practitioner, Well, anyway, I just thought I'd make a mention of that. Laying down tile, the tile's worth more than the fucking house, and the labor, he's getting ripped off on the labor. Someone made some comments on there that knew how to lay tile, and these guys were doing it the wrong way. It wind up costing Philly more money, but he's got the money. He's got the money. He's been on a long time on YouTube, and he's making more and more money all the time. Why not live better? Why not treat your family to a little bit better lifestyle if you could afford it? And he could afford it. Good for him, no matter how he got his channel built up. It really don't matter. Of course, clickbait and all that was all 50%, 60% part of it, and the whores in Angeles City. But his show has gotten boring. Ever since he moved out of Angeles City, his show has gotten really boring. There was a time I used to listen to him almost on a regular basis. But since he moved out of Angeles, I lost interest. I also lost interest on Overstay Road because, I don't know, he became a kitchen tool or something now. I don't know what he's another one that keeps on living in these dumpy places. He's an interesting guy, and I don't hate that guy. I think he's got a lot of intelligence, but he's still got this hillbilly mentality that he plays up on and admits it, that I'm from the hills down the south and all this stuff and blah, 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 blah. They all live in dumps, dumpy places. He makes good money on his AdSense too. He's also getting a pension. So I'm not sure what this is all about. Now he's doing kitchen shows. He ran out of topic matter. Well, I think it gets to that point with a lot of people on here where you don't know what to talk about anymore. It used to be King Marcos, whatever. Remember, he used to plate it up with the cigar in his mouth and he's hanging on the side of the pool. I remember in the beginning, this is my life. He was trying to show off to his friends in mainland America or whatever. Trying to show the paradise life that he's living, but I've never seen him living in a paradise situation. Have you? I haven't. What good is living that way if you got the money to live better? If don't do it for yourself, you do it for the children. Give them a hygienic place to live. And for God's sakes, Marcus, buy your wife a fucking wash machine. I don't know, he gets off on watching her on her hands and knees, scrubbing the floor, scrubbing the clothes. He don't even help. Anyway, that's their personal problems. I'm not dealing with that here, thank goodness. And I do help out. She ain't getting down on the floor with a fucking scrub brush. Never going to happen. In fact, she's hanging some new curtains right now in the exercise room. She did a little trade-off with some very wealthy Filipino family. They got the biggest house in town with a swimming pool. They change every year. They change their curtains, big, long, full-length window curtains. Yeah, so she got a good deal off them because they change their curtains every year. So we got some different curtains that she's putting up in the exercise room now. They're long, so they fit the whole window. And they were tailored because they had to be cut. They were too long. She enjoys that stuff. It's her house to do what she wants with. And it is. That's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose. But if we were both willing to sell the house, she would. If we wanted to move somewhere else, we'd sell the house. Both of us. But the house ain't going anywhere. This is her future and her kids' future. That's called planning ahead. That's what you do. You give a fuck about the people you live in. When you give a fuck about your partner, you know, when you're being treated righteously from your partner, she's not using you as a proverbial ATM machine like everybody talks about. It's too bad that Filipinos are taking advantage of these foreigners. It's too bad that some of these foreigners are taking advantage of the Filipinos. Works all the way around. Well, hey, it doesn't work for everybody. It works for me. But people will choose to live in what kind of shimmy shack they want to live in. Maybe they got plans for their money. Who knows? Maybe they just want to leave a pile of money for their family, which is good too. I'm not going to knock that. Some people want to save money by living in a shimmy shack. They got their money pumped away every month. And maybe they're smart enough to have a lot of medical money in case something happens. That's really smart. I will back them up on all of that. All of that. But you're living for now. For yourself too. It's not just your wife or your partner. You're also living for yourself. You deserve to live good too. You also deserve to live in a nice, functional place that you're happy with. It's your place too. I can't live in a shimmy shack dump. And I've never lived. The only place I ever lived I thought was a shimmy shack was when I was growing up. We lived in this apartment building, 4 stories. It was a dump. It was a fucking dump. Then the place caught fire and we had to move. And by that time, my sister was already with a boyfriend, living with him, married, whatever. And my brother, I don't know, he was off living in Indiana or something at the time. I don't remember. Tiny little place. I swear to God, it was like an office. They gave me the bedroom, and they slept in when it was convertible couches. I told them he could have the room. They wanted me to have the bedroom. It was an old office is what it was. We were living in an old fucking office. Because at the time, we couldn't find a place to stay. Because the building was all smoke damage and all that. We had to get out. My sister wasn't happy because the firemen did more damage than the fire downstairs in the building. With their fucking fire hoses. All her dresses and everything were all soaked and smoked with the fire smoke. And they did the rest of the damage with their fucking hoses. Well, you know how girls are. Well, my dresses. They're more worried about their dresses. But everybody makes their own choices in life, who they want to be with, where and how they want to live. That is their personal problem. As I said, I only do commentaries. And what might make sense to me might not make sense to somebody else. But I really think that if you're leaving your country, you want to live a little bit better than how you were living in your country. That's the whole idea about your retirement. Not live worse and live in a shack in the middle of a fucking swamp and raise your kids in a fucking swamp. That makes no sense at all. Stay where you are in America than to come here and literally, not figuratively, live in a swamp. don't make any sense to me. But there's a lot of things that don't make any sense to me. I just listen to this shit, that's all. I make commentaries about it. I'm not going to try to resolve their problems. That's something they have to do for themselves. Most of us don't understand the psychology of the people on here anyway. Why they do what they do. Why one wife is not enough and they got to have a mistress and blah, 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 and a baby with the mistress. I don't know what goes on in their heads. They're all cuckoomunga, cuckoo birds. You know? The cuckoo birds. The violins play. Life is a drama, isn't it? For a lot of these grifter YouTubers. Hey, Viking, what's going on, man? I thought I'd do a little shorty before I hit the old boudoir. So far, that could change anytime. You know me. You just never know. You just never know. God damn, I was looking at Scotty. When you see a close-up of this guy, because I don't always hit the expand button on there to make the picture larger. This guy's a weird-looking fucker, man. What a weird-looking fucker. I keep on saying he looks like a cartoon caricature or something. His hair, the shape of his face, his eyes. He's 47 years old. What is he, a grifter or something? What is he? He's living off YouTube, literally. I don't think he's living off anything else. At 47 years old, it makes you wonder, what did he do with his life? Is he going to have a Social Security to depend on when he gets Social Security age? Will he live to be Social Security age? Will his drinking, pissing people off with his camera? I mean, like, what's up? You know what I mean? Some people I just can't figure out. What is the purpose? All he does is sit and drink, eats the most rotten, horrible food, always on the road. It's not like he's going to Europe, he's going to different countries. I mean, he's hanging around Southeast Asia, going from one place to another, just drinking, pointing his camera at people that don't want him to point his camera to. I don't get it. These freakazoids we have on here. Oh, Big E's been making his appearance. He said he wasn't come on because he's writing some books. He can't help going on, but I'm living rent-free in Big E's head because he's always talking about me. You know, if I wasn't such an interesting character, he wouldn't talk about me. If I didn't have some value to him, he wouldn't talk about me. He wouldn't need to talk about me. You see what I'm saying? What funeral are you talking about? What do you mean is Gilda headed to the funeral? What funeral? Oh, you listen pretty intently, don't you? I think you're making reference to, did I even say that? I don't know. You'll have to kind of clue me in on that one. But I don't get it. Like I said, there's a lot of things I don't get on here. I talk about things, doesn't mean I get it all the time. What is the purpose of just grifting and drifting and going from town to town and finding all the whore districts? And, well, he's making money. Okay, I understand that. He makes good money on his show. I mean, look how many views he gets per show. You know he's making how many thousand a month. But is that what he wants to do with his life? Is he set up for Social Security? Or will he be? I don't know what kind of job he had before he started hitting Southeast Asia and videotaping all the whores and the ladyboys. Has this guy been laid yet? I mean, do you ever see him with some woman where he ever got laid? I never hear of that. I try to see him trying to pick up women, but his friends wind up getting him and he doesn't. But look at him. The guy looks like a cartoon character, man. Like a cartoon character. But you got to see him. You got to hit the expand button on your screen and look at him close up. He's a very odd looking guy, man. Odd looking. And that's one of the reasons that he talks about babe-a-roonies all the time, but he just doesn't get them. Oh, sure, he can get down like a lot of guys do and have them sit with him and have a drink or something, but even he's guarded on his money with that. Just commenting, folks, just comment. And Viking, what does you like to know about a funeral? That you brought it up. And which is this referring to? Since you brought it up. Well, I can't watch Scotty shows. I can't referring to women as babe-a-roonies. He's got this high school mentality. And what about her Facebook post? I hate when you people quit, you talk cryptic, at least I call it cryptic. You put out tidbits of information, but you don't finish. You don't say, well, she did a Facebook about what? What was significant about it? If there was anything significant about it. That's the kind of the lines I like to see on here. Finish your sentence, And what funeral are you talking about? You still haven't answered that. For a guy who's supposed to be so insignificant, let me see, what does Big E call me now? Freckle face. And he's the one that says I'm a troublemaker, but he comes on and talks shit about me all the time. So I'm red-haired, freckle-faced. I'm 4'1". 4'1". Oh, Lord. And this guy's going to write books. What, comic books? That's too funny. Viking, if you can't finish a sentence, don't write anything. You ask me a question, is Gilda headed to the funeral? What funeral? Then you say, Shaw had a Facebook page post. Okay, finish your sentence. If it was significant enough to talk about it, is there anything particular of interest about her Facebook post? Does it pertain to anything, Barry, or something worth mentioning that she had a Facebook post? Who cares if she had a Facebook? She does whatever she wants on Facebook. Okay, is that the way it's going to be? I'll just have to remove you from the channel. No, I'm sorry. I'm not into cryptics. If you're going to make a statement on my show, finish the statement. You know how to text. You'll have posted that her mom pet. No, her mom didn't pet. What are you following? You fucking creep. What are you following? Gilda's page? Why are you looking at Gilda's Facebook page? Are you some fucking stalker? Are you some fucking stalker? What is your problem? Why are you going to Gilda's Facebook page? No, not her real mom. Her real mom didn't pass away. There's another woman that is like her mom to her that passed away. If you really need to know the details. No, her mom did not pass away. You're reading wrong on her Facebook, and why are you stalking her on her Facebook? Fucking creeps on here, man. Yeah, Frank, stay on YouTube. Give me a fucking reason. I got fucking stalkers looking at her page. You in love with her or something? I mean, well, what are you following her page for? Why do you feel you need to do that? Jesus Christ, you're gone. I'm sorry. You're too creepy. I'm sorry. I know, now you can talk shit about me. If I get rid of people right away, they talk shit about me. I'm used to it. That's okay. Sorry about that, man. My goodness. You think people have better things to do with their lives? Which brings me back on topic. Scotty boy, that's all he does. He lives from hotel to hotel, shitholes, of course, drinking, 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 eating whatever he puts in his belly, usually fast food, unhealthy food. He's only 47. He's not real old. But he acts like a high school kid. And not one of the popular ones either. Pretty amazing. Travel, whatever repeat says. How's your statement right on here? I thought I removed you. And never tell a man anything about his woman, good or bad, in my opinion. How is he showing up if I hit him on here? Strange. And I try to avoid stalkers, okay? And if I think you're looking at my girlfriend on her Facebook, I mean, that's kind of a slap in my face a little bit here if you're coming on my show acting like you're friendly. There's no reason you should be going to her Facebook unless you're in love with her, attracted to her, or you're trying to find out information about me. She does not talk about me. Excuse me. She does not talk about me at all or post about me and her on her Facebook. And that's a general rule. Jesus Christ, man. I don't generally go to anybody's Facebook. The only thing I use my Facebook for is Facebook Messenger. That's it. That's all I use it for. I don't post on my thing. Very rare. There's no reason generally. Pardon me. That I'm active on posting on there. See my good glasses. Fuck. Just my dumb, crappy glasses that need to be cleaned. Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out what is the purpose. I don't know if they're grifting, what the hell they're doing. I mean, they're just. Scotty apparently is living off his YouTube revenue. Okay. What about his Social Security when he gets older? Is he going to have Social Security? I don't know what kind of work he did. He doesn't seem like a brainchild in any way. You know, he looks like a goofy cartoon caricature. Just weird looking, man. But you got to see him close up to see the details. His face is not very symmetrical. His hair is not symmetrical. It's like this big thing that's poofed over to the side. It's like some new style or something, or some cartoon caricature. I don't know. It's really weird, man. It's really weird. They're all weird. I mean, why don't I just sum it up? I mean, pick them all. Well, I wasn't going to be on there too long here, but I still appreciate when people go onto my girlfriend's Facebook. I mean, what are you trying to find? I mean, what do you think you're going to discover? You think she gets terribly personal on her Facebook? No, she doesn't. And what are you going to find out? Something about me? And what do you want to know about her that you have to go to her Facebook?
Just looking my face there, it ugly and
She wants to look. They want to look at her face
I'm ugly.
to see how ugly you are, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, nobody's looking for ugly. They must be going there because you're not ugly. God, my chick's 50 years old, man. She looks better than most of the girlfriends I see Well, these younger girlfriends or wives I see on people on here. So far, there hasn't been one vlogger on here that is maybe known to YouTube in this particular genre that I find attractive. I haven't seen one yet. They're either overweight, the women are either overweight, or they're very heavy duty province. I mean, heavy duty province as far as, well, let's just say, without giving the detail, when I say heavy duty province, it involves a lot of different elements. You just do the math on that. You don't see a matchup there. You got a guy that's on the road trying to kill people, putting his fucking selfie stick out the window, 3 accidents already and counting. What is the purpose? He supposedly has a wife and a baby, but he goes out and hangs around with other women. What is the purpose? You got Philly in the Philippines who lives in a fucking swamp. He don't own the house. He's putting new tile on the floor of his shack that should be knocked down with a bulldozer. Go figure. You got fucking Ricky who's back and forth, doesn't know what he's doing with his life. He's not settled, don't have a house, from hotel to hotel, chasing women that they can never get unless he pays for them. And even so, it doesn't mean he gets them in bed. I don't even think his Viagra works. It's just eye candy to Ricky. It's just eye candy. That's all it is. It's just to say, oh, I'm with a woman. Well, these days you have to question, is it really a woman? We found out he's into the lady boys big time. That was disgusting. He's planting his tongue down some lady boy's mouth. Ugly chick too, man. Whatever. Ugly guy. On camera. Can't deny that. He can't deny that. Oh, man. Just, YouTube has really become a fucking freak show. What a freak show. And what did I hear from, who was I listening to? I'm trying to think here. No, Scotty was the last show I listened to, actually. About 6 minutes or so. He's creepy, man. The guy is creepy. He looks actually creepier than Brevis. That's saying a lot. He's got a suspicious face and eyes. I mean, if a woman meets him, she knows he's off his rocker. Despite cultural differences, which a Filipino would expect from a foreigner, of course. He's just too weird looking. But you can't live on your YouTube income forever, man. Maybe as they plan to do. Does he pay taxes? Does he file with the BIR? Because he makes a lot of money on his show. BIR, Scotty. BIR. Show us the paperwork. No, I'm not your town sheriff, but you never know. You can't go through life and expect it just to live on YouTube income. What if something happens, you get kicked off, or, I don't know, YouTube disappears, something, I don't know. What are you going to do for income? Unless he's got parents taking care of him, he's one of his trust fund babies or something. There's always a few out there like that. Okay, not much dialogue, because I'm getting rid of people. I don't even know why I even allowed a comment section on here. I'm not even sure why. My two most devout is Mrs. Heminger and Jerry, actually. My God, Jerry. I'm sorry, man, but I don't take kindly somebody's stalking my girlfriend on Facebook. I told you, why don't you put your whole fucking thing on private, just for you and your friends, where nobody can see your public posting. I keep on telling her to do that. She doesn't do that. You said you're putting your life in danger. They want to know where you go. On occasionally you do Zoom, but they want to know where you go. I told her there's stalkers out there. They know where she does Zoom or somewhere. They're going to show up. She will not even know who it is. It could be some psychomaniac or something. She doesn't understand the level of mental illness with a lot of these foreigners. They're stalkers. That's why I tell her, don't make anything available for anybody to see other than the closest people to her, her friends and stuff like that, and her kids and stuff like that. Put everything on private, only for certain people only. You could even list people on there, but she don't do it. Does she wants to get her throat slit or something by some crazy? I mean, I can't stop her. I talk to her about this shit all the time. She knows the crazy people out there. She knows what they've done. She puts her life in danger. I'm not always going to be with her where she goes. But, she got kids to take care of, but, it's up to her. I can put my foot down. I've tried it a few times. It just gets stepped on. She'll just keep on putting things on public view. I said there's certain things that you can't do on there. But she don't listen to me. I'm not going to get into an argument with her. She knows all the crazies out there that follow me around. They want to know everything about me. They want everything to know about her. It's dangerous. There's some people who really like her out there that are attracted to her. They're crazy. She's highly regarded in the community. Oh, sure, they talk shit about her because they don't have her. But there's the ones that can have her, and you never know what could happen. Yes, I don't like people stalking her fucking Facebook. And there's numerous people that do. But I tell her, she's listening to me right now. I'm right inside of her in bed. It's up to her what she wants to do after this show is over. I just don't think it's safe for her. She knows all the crazies I've dealt with out here. We got stalkers galore. She's got to be careful. That's why I don't put her on camera all the time, or hardly at all, because I just don't want her on here. She's not a topic matter on here, or actually part of my YouTube show, let's put it that way. A rare cameo where you might see her in the background or something, but she's not a YouTuber. She's not part of my YouTube show. She's nothing of the above. So leave her alone. Okay, I gotta get off anyway. I gotta wind down. Kurt Kaz, Catching Crooks in Lisbon. Well, that's a guy, that Kurt Kaz guy. Millions of viewers, subs, whatever. This guy, living in danger. I don't understand that guy at all. But they all got money because they're making so many subs and they're getting so much money. That is a wonderful thing. Please don't get me wrong. While you're still relatively young to be able to travel to different countries, but he pushes the envelope, though. I mean, he'll go into the most dangerous areas where no gringos should be and stuff like that. I mean, he goes to parks and, like Piccadilly in London and where there's so many creeps out there and in the street. Remember I used to talk about a Mad Max movie? It is a Mad Max movie. You can't travel alone, and you can't, he's walking around, expensive camera, money on him, in the worst places in the world, and they think they're made out of titanium or something. But they got to learn their own way. But making money is more important than their safety. Go figure. It's not worth getting stabbed or shot or something or have the shit beat out of you just to make money for your show. But Scotty, like he's one example. That's all he does. Goes back and forth from one town to the other, hangs around for a little bit, never gets a woman. I really don't think Scotty's ever been laid. I have a feeling that he's never been laid. He's too freaky looking. His personality, he's freaky looking. His hair is freaky looking. He's very odd looking. All he could do is try to get a rap with these women and talk to them. And to do that, he's got to put out a couple of pesos just to buy him a drink or something or whatever, just to get him talking to him and get him on camera. Because Scotty knows the formula, as a few people do on here. Scotty knows that the only reason they watch his show is because he tries to get these Filipinos or otherwise on camera. And he got these fucking jerk-offs out there who the only sex they have is with their fucking favorite hand that like to watch all these whores and shit. That he's low class. Scotty's just totally fucking low class. He's gutter trash. I'm sure he hasn't talked about it, but he's probably got the shit beat out of him. And he got into it with another vlogger who didn't want to be photographed. And that could have turned out pretty ugly. It's just, like I said, it all comes out in the wash. It's going to happen yet. It'll be fun to see on a live. It would be really fun to see that on a live. And I notice people are posting a lot more. Christmas is coming, right? Scotty keeps on saying, I got to make my money. So every time he buys a beer, people are buying it for him. Anytime they give him a donation or something, or even watch his show, you got, his advertisers. So people are encouraging his lifestyle, basically, by gifting him money and so forth, to buy his beers, to buy his lousy food that he eats. But Scotty doesn't rule my life, so I'm not worried about what he does. I'm just saying, for his own sake, he needs to chill out a little bit, man. I just don't understand why nobody gets settled. All right, maybe that they're still young. And it's good that you take an opportunity to see different countries, but he only goes, I don't know, just back and forth to some Southeast Asian countries, Thailand, this and that, or whatever. So, what's the purpose? He goes from one place where there's a lot of whores to another place where there's a lot of whores, and he videotapes them. That's his show. Other than him getting on a motorcycle, going from some fucking backpacker's fucking accommodations to another. I don't call that living life. Because the guy ain't getting laid. I don't remember him ever getting laid. Do you ever get laid? He likes to put the babe-a-roonies on camera. That's how he gets his viewers. Do you realize how many desperate men are out there that watch this shit in the Philippines? That's what encourages them to come out here. That's just what we need, more creeps. You gotta understand, these guys don't get girlfriends. What the people that watch Scotty's show don't understand is that when you're a creep like that, to get any action, you're going to have to pay for it. It's not free. So they're not studs after all. They have to pay to have them sit down and have a drink. They make the show. And because there's a lot of hard-ons out there that probably can never get a woman in their life, they're living their life vicariously through Scotty. They want to see him walk through the streets and interview whores or have them sit down. This is the kind of sickly crowd that follows people like Scotty. All right, I'm out.